Hello everybody. Hello. DM Dungeon Mastery here, losing my damn mind. Having an actual meltdown. Trying to get this cropping thing to work so I could have a cool looking background, but it doesn't seem to be working very well. It's actually kind of scuffed. It's supposed to, I'm supposed to have a way to connect it to my graphics card, but of course, it just does not want to work. So, I have been quite irritated trying to get this thing to work. I am officially defeated, so I'm ready to absolutely tear all of your stat blocks a new one. No, not really. I'm just, I don't get mad when big things happen to me in my life, but, I get mad whenever little things happen. Like, things that, like, just like little prodding things that shouldn't happen irritate me more than like, oh, your car exploded. I'd be like, well, what are you gonna do? But, for something like this, and I'm just like, I just need to get the background cropped out. It just doesn't want to work. So, you know, a little bit irritated, but I think we got it. I look okay. I look passable. I'm clipping all over the place. It's like kind of half cutting my face off. It looks a little weird. I might end up turning it off. I'll probably end up turning it off. I thought I was gonna be pretty cool with a cool background. Thorns prick worse than swords, huh? They do, sometimes. For me, they do. I think I'm just easily annoyed by certain things for some reason. I think I could do something like this, but that doesn't look as cool. My hair's all messed up. I was trying to hang a backdrop behind me as like an alternative thing, but that wasn't working either. So now I got my webcam up behind my computer. Prepare yourself. I might go full Gordon Ramsay. Did I even submit anything, or do I need to make something real quick? I don't think I have anything from you. I might actually have a spellcaster from you. Hold on. Let me see. Check my Discord DMs here. Let me move the OBS out of my way. I don't even want to look at it. You guys get to deal with my ugly face inside of Rainbow Road. It's not even picking up my hand. There we go. Can I move this? What if I do? I don't know. We're gonna have some technical difficulties here today. It's just gonna be the scuffed stream. Oh, it looks so bad, bro. Why does it look so bad? The Lich Hunter that was thrown together, rip it apart. Mama didn't raise no quitter. Yeah, I was working on a stat block right before the stream, and then I got distracted, and then like I commit to something really hard, and I'm like, I gotta get it to work. And it wasn't working. Opening up a Dr. Pepper so I can calm down. Alright, I'm a little disorganized and disjointed right now. I don't know what I'm doing. Let me go ahead and put my YouTube chat there. I need to get a window open for the stat block website. So that should show up on screen. I'm gonna have to fix that in a second because I had it set to the wrong side. So we're gonna move this over here, and it's gonna be on this side of the stream today. Haha! Look at that! Wow! I gotta crop that down. Can you see everything? Just see here. Crop this in a little bit more. Let's see. See everything. See how much I can crop this down to where it's not cutting anything off. Okay, that looks good. Going for a very vaporwave theme here. This is gonna irritate me. Okay. I'm so hot in my room too. It's like so hot in here. It's like 70 degrees. Alright, let me check the chat here. Let me check the chat. I got sidetracked. I stopped looking at my Discord. Where's my Discord? There it is. Okay. My nose is itchy because I have allergies. Holy hell. You ever get like really irritated because you're trying to do something and then like it's hot in your room and it's just making you more mad because it's hot in your room? That's what was just happening to me like 5 minutes before the stream was starting. I was talking to myself. I was like, why isn't this fucking working? Like, it shouldn't be this hard just to get a background cropped out. I was talking to myself through gritted teeth. Hey, look at that. We got the live chat right above my head. Wow. So now I can punch up. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me turn it down. How's that? Can you hear me? Do I need to boost the gain on my mic? Do I need to turn my mic up all the way? So that I'm going... Let me see here. Dungeon Lord J, where's your stat block that you sent me? Lich Hunter Mage. I remember I looked at this. Let me double download that again just in case. Okay, I got that. Where music? Oh my lord. Okay, so now you guys can't hear it. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Alright, hold on. I'm just gonna have the music loud and I'm gonna put gain on my mic, so I'm gonna be incredibly loud. You're gonna hear like everything. Filters. The music is just kinda quiet right now. Yeah, it is a little... The playlist is a little bit quiet. Let me double check and make sure the right mic is being used, because I was messing with settings, so hold on a second. Okay, that's all correct. My cat's banging on my door, trying to get in. Also, I have classified information on the screen right now, so I need to get this off the screen. I'm gonna go to restore default. Not for me, man. Music is louder, ATM. Okay, I'm gonna turn the music back down then. And I would like to get a green screen, but I just don't have the money to get a green screen right now. And also, I think a lot of my problem comes from the fact that like my lighting is really bad in my room. I think by default, you guys would rather have my voice louder than technical difficulties to stream. Exactly. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm good now. I think I have everything situated here. I can look up on my second monitor. I can watch OBS. I have Discord up. I was gonna do our Brazilian friend's stat block, but he's not here because he had to go to sleep. I'm gonna probably have to edit this slightly. Okay. I have a dollar store green poster board tacked to my wall as a green screen. Yeah, I need to do that. So like my background is like, you can't see because of the cropping. Hold on. Just turn this filter off. filters, background removal. So I have a TV here. I have salt and vinegar chips sitting on my book stand that I usually use because I have a problem where I don't know where to put shit in my room. And I just never know where to put shit in my room. So like I panic and I just set shit places. But I vacuumed my room today. I steamed my carpet, so I cleaned my room. Made my bed. You guys can't even see the bed. I did have, you can see on the ceiling that little black thing right there. It's hard to point, but it's like right there. So that's a pin on the ceiling, like a clothesline pin. And I have another one over here. And I was trying to hang up a sheet so that I'd have a red background, and usually that helps with what's it called? It helps with like the auto removal tools for like background removers because it's just a solid colored background. So it works in like CapCut whenever I use the automatic tool on CapCut, but it doesn't seem to be helping this, and it keeps falling down because it's too heavy and the clothespins can't hold it up. So salt and vinegar chips are A-tier chips. They are indeed. As a Polish person, I like everything that's tangy. Alright, let me go through the chat, make sure I didn't miss any questions. Questions missed. Okay, I think it's time to start absolutely diabolically roasting people. Alright, so we're gonna open up this stat block here from my good pal Dungeon Lord Jay. It's his birthday today, so everybody say happy birthday to him. I also wanted to do another thing on my OBS while I'm here. This is going to be, I hope it's not going to be really loud. I'm going to lower the volume. Do you guys hear like vaporwave music? I don't know how loud it is. It's probably really loud. Never mind. I'm just gonna stick with what I had. It's because it's gonna keep looping and it'll keep going back to the weird voices part, and I have to edit it and clip it and cut it down. I forgot about that. Okay. All right. I have to get into my teaching persona here. Holy hell, man, I am like sweating. It's so hot in here. My computer's a space heater also, it feels like. Woof, that be loud. Alright, I need to double check my stream just in case, because I don't trust you guys. Okay, I sound good. According to me, I sound good, so gonna need a fan in these trying times. I have one, but whenever I turn it on, you guys can hear it, so I feel like ghetto whenever I have it on, so I'm just gonna suffer for you guys. My mic is right in front of my face, so you guys should be able to hear me. The closer I get, the more ear rape I should sound. I also have the gain boosted on my mic, like it's got like 10 extra decibels of volume. Biased opinion. Actually gonna need a fan now. You good now? Alright, so let's break this stat block down here. Okay. So as I sit here in my vaporwave heaven, we're gonna look at this guy here. So This appears to be a Lich Hunter mage. So I'm curious because this is what I wanted to see from you guys, custom spellcasters. So we have an AC of 17 from Protective Hex Tattoos. That's pretty sick. Really, really high hit points. Like 200 hit points. That's like, this dude's as tanky as a hill giant. Almost more tanky than a hill giant. So that's pretty crazy. I think we have an average CR chart enjoyer here. We have, let's see, saving throw proficiencies, says are good. We have Arcana, History, Investigation, Necrotic, and Poison. Okay, because he hunts liches. I see. Okay, then we have Death Scarred. I need to turn the music down from my perspective, actually. Let me see if I can do this. I don't know if that'll turn it down for you guys, too. I don't think it will. The music's just quiet right now. That's why you're not hearing anything. I'm just trying to have it as background noise and not so loud that it's drowning my own thoughts out. Okay, yeah, it does affect it for you guys too. Scheisse. I'm gonna turn it down there, but I'm gonna turn it up here. And that should be okay. I just don't want to be talking in like with dead silence. I want there to actually be background music. Okay, so let me read the chat here. So we got 100% average CR HP. 100% average CR HP, huh? Yeah, for spellcasters, I usually go with they on average have lower health, like 200 hit points. It's weird how D&D works, but for me, I look at it like this dude is like as strong, if not stronger, than a hill giant in terms of like how many hit points he has. That's kind of nuts. So that's just a slight criticism from me. Valid point. Alright, let's see this first trait here. This is Death Scarred. Touched by necromancy and left forever changed, the Lich Hunter has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Additionally, they have resistance to necrotic and poison damage. Okay, so I think if we wanted to, excuse me, my voice is acting strange. I think I have like throat cancer or something. I must be dying. Okay, so I think what I'm seeing here is a good man who's falling victim to flavor text taking up extra space on a stat block. And I say this to everybody who sends me stat blocks with flavor text in them. This is cool. I like this, but I would rather just have this off the stat block because it takes up more space. I would honestly just have it as has advantage. So it has advantage on saves. Like, you don't even need to say saving throws. You just say saves. And I don't even say against. I just say versus. And then I put a colon. And then magical effects, comma. And then I would say and. And they have resistance to necrotic and poison. DMG. Resistance to necrotic and poison damage. I'm just a fiend when it comes to saving space. You put it mostly there for my understanding. You would have removed poison and necrotic resistance from that trait as well. I see. Well, it's okay. Yeah, I usually try to go for like if I put stuff like this in a stat block, I'm gonna try to move this window over, and I hope it doesn't screw anything up because I want to look towards the camera when I talk. So hold on a second. That should be good. Okay, so I forget what I was saying. Okay. So whenever I do this, I try to get most of the flavor coming from the name of like the trait or the ability. And like usually that's enough to carry like the flavor, like the name should like kind of tell you what it is. I'm gonna have to turn this background remover off, dude. It's like cutting my hand, and I need to talk with my hand so you guys know what I'm talking about. I can't add emphasis whenever my shit's fucked up. But I see what you're saying. I'm not knocking you. I've been really into formatting lately. Okay, let me go to the next trade here. I won't hound you too much on that. Concentration Breaker. When the Lich Hunter deals damage to a creature that is concentrating, the creature has disadvantage on the saving throw it makes to maintain concentration. Okay, that's pretty cool. Multi-attack. He makes 2 attacks using Hex Bolt or Hex Brand Blade in any combination. I also need to fix something. We have a double period situation going on here. Oh, I see. You added every single spell individually on the stat block. That's not bad because it lets you kind of move them around the stat block wherever you want them. So I don't knock you for that. Can't wait to see Your Mom's So Fat as a name for an ability on one of these blocks one day. I kind of would think stuff like that's funny. I want to see like somebody just make like a, this is my submission for the stat block audit, and then it's just something just absolutely ridiculous. And then I have to try to make sense of what I'm looking at. Alright, Hex Brand Blade. Melee weapon attack. Uh-oh, what is that? What am I seeing here? Melee weapon attack. Okay, reach 5 feet, 1 target. Okay, I'm gonna dock you points for that one. We all know it means 1 target. You don't even need to say reach, you can just say 5 feet. Let me do this. Gonna have to knock you points on that one, good sir. Ugh, true. Foiled again. No, it's all good. I'm just gonna be super harsh on everybody today. I'm chaotic evil DM Dungeon Mastery on this stream. Melee weapon attack. So this weapon, this is a magic weapon, right? I would imagine this is a magic weapon. It's doing radiant damage, so we're gonna just say magic weapon because it takes up less space. Dex attack to hit. Hit 1d8 slashing. So what I would do, and this is all just me doing formatting stuff. So this is like I'm nitpicking because I like to format stuff to like save on space. That's usually, oh, son of a bitch. That's usually what I like to do with these. Oh, son of a bitch again. I keep moving the window. If I move the window on my desktop, it screws up the size on the stream. Alright, so, first of all, young man, damage is always going to be abbreviated to DMG in this household. So we would actually say 1d6 slashing plus 3d10 radiant damage to save on space, so you don't have to say damage twice, and then that just saves you about, I don't know, 10 or 12 characters worth of space, radiant damage, and then I would do a comma. The target has disadvantage on int, whiz, and cha saves. Saves until the start of the Lich Hunter's next turn. Okay. He's getting cocky. No, I'm not. I'm just teaching, that's all. I'm taking out all of my pent-up frustration that I've just built up for the past hour on you guys, so... okay, let's see this here. So now, you're gonna see it shrink as soon as I hit update stat block. Bam, look at that. And then, because this text sort of runs together a little bit, just something to help the eyeballs out. We will bold the ability score abbreviations. And then now you can kind of see it's a little bit cleaner. Now normally if I made this stat block, I would give it like a secondary row and it would say like the name of like an attack or something. Oh, you meant Jay, teacher. The class is turning on me. Let's see here. But this is cool so far. I like this. I like the theme we got going on here. Now, I kind of like not adding the trait that says magic weapons and just instead saying that that weapon is magical, because I feel like the trait for magic weapon ends up just taking up space whenever you can kind of tell that that weapon is magical. So like instead of putting this on the stat block, I think it's just better to just say that, oh, this weapon is a magic weapon, like that. Unless it's like a strange creature where it's like where its fists are like magical or something. Trying to look here. Let me just test something out, just to see. I'm jonesing to format this how I would format it. And then we'll just call this basic attack. I'm also I want to start experimenting with not even having the word hit in here, because I'm always just looking for places where I can save space on a stat block. Because I do it with my spellcasters, I don't have like on hit after every ability name. I usually just have the semicolons there. We got 1d10 slashing plus 1d10 radiant disadvantage. You could even like, you could, if you wanted to, even just take this out and then you can just say disadvantage, or just say has disadvantage on that stuff. And that even saves us a little more space. So I take it you're not doing what you were gonna do today, and that's why you're here, Jay, Mr. Dungeon Lord Jay. Because I remember you said you wanted to do something else earlier. You weren't gonna make it to the stream, I thought. Oh, you're doing both. Oh, somebody else just sent me a message. Man-Bat sent me a message, eh? I have a whole other D&D game going as well. Oh, man. Like, you're not running it right now, are you? Are you listening to both? Are you playing in it like you're a player? That's crazy if you are. Oh, okay, I see. You're a Man-Bat. Okay, maybe we'll do yours next. Oh, you're mentoring a new DM. I see. I tried to do that once. I've always wanted to co-DM with like a new DM. Just kind of like stand by and then just be there if they needed help with like a question on something. I always thought that would be pretty fun to do. I don't know if you've seen what I did here, but I just experimented with a little thing here to your DM coach, essentially. Yeah, it would be fun to kind of do that, I think. I mean, I'm no like professional, but I feel like I'm pretty good at DMing, at least somewhat. Please no ad. Okay, thank God. I tried once. We were full partners though. Partners as in relationship partners, or partners as in partners running the campaign? Alright, so anyways, the only thing I really changed here is like the formatting on your magic weapon attack with your hex blade, your hex brand blade. know what? We'll even call this like branding blade. Let's call this like branding blade. 'Cause that sounds cooler, more RPG. I've been contemplating the idea of a campaign run by 2 DMs. You have to be like very much on the same page about everything. I feel like it would be, I don't know if I could do it, like the more I think about it, because I'm very anal with how things are ran. I have to I don't really even like being a player anymore, because I'm just like, I like being in control of everything. Same page or don't give a F. Okay, so I like hex brand blades. Let's move on to hex bolt here. So again, we're gonna do a what are we gonna do? We're gonna do a format here. What I would do, how would I do this? Because I usually would consider this a cantrip, so we're gonna call this an at-will spell, and we're gonna call this hex bolt. And this will be bolded. And I also would like to do this. I need to get an invisible character. Invisible character copy paste. Copy to clipboard. I learned this trick from August from watching him do this with markdown stuff. So I'm going to put that in there, and that will leave a little gap here. So now whenever I hit what's it called? Whenever I go back to normal, it should format it properly. Okay, so we have hex bolt. So I'm gonna even take all this out. I don't even need to say reach because that's implied that that's what that is. We're gonna take the period out there. We're gonna do 5d10 force DMG. Target is marked with a magical glyph and suffers one of the following effects of the Lich Hunter's choice. Oh, okay, this is where all the effects come in, I see. Very interesting. Now let's see, let me look at this real quick. I'm gonna have to move this back up to the top here. This might look a little weird. Let me see. How that looks. I think I do like how the regular hex bolt looks, so let me try just doing this instead. Whoops. The bolt needs formatting because all the following abilities are bonus stuff you can choose. Yes, I see that now. So what I would like to do is something like this. Hold on a second. We're gonna do this. Let me see if I can. Okay, so if I take all this out, what does this look like instead? Let me take out at will. Okay, that's also all. Accidentally made everything like that. Let's see. Okay, it's plus 10 to hit 120 feet. That's 5d10 force damage, and then you get to mark it with some crazy things going on here. It suffers one of the following effects of the Lich Hunter's choice. This is interesting. Okay, let me dive into this here. So we got Dispelling Curse. If the target is affected by any spells or magical effects, it must succeed on DC 18. I would say con save. Or have one such effect chosen by the Lich Hunter immediately end. Okay, that's cool. So if it's like got what's that spell called? Mage armor on, you could end mage armor or something. That's pretty cool. You could end the fly. So yeah, this guy is pretty good at hunting stuff. Mind blank, mage armor. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. I like this so far. Would this guy be like a an NPC ally, or would he be just a dude that goes after spellcasters? Like, he's meant to fight liches, but he can also fight spellcasters, because he seems like he's pretty good at spellcasters too. I have no idea how I would use him in a game. I just made a badass spellcaster. He would be a really good, like, player ran NPC. Like, if somebody was like a guest player in a game or something, this would be a really fun NPC to play as for like a boss fight or something. Gravemark Glyph. Undead hit by this bolt cannot regain hit points until the start of the Lich Hunter's next turn. That's pretty good. I like that. That would do really good in my campaign, because I have a lot of undead that heal from, like, necromancy. Binding Brand. The target must make a DC 18 charisma save or be unable to teleport, turn invisible, or become incorporeal until the start of the Lich Hunter's next turn. Okay. That's cool. That's good against, like, ghosts and stuff. Yeah, this guy's like he's just straight up like a witch hunter, basically. That's like what he reminds me of. Mark of Turning. The target must make a DC 18 charisma save, or the target has disadvantage on attack rolls made against the Lich Hunter until the start of its next turn. Disadvantage on attack rolls. Yeah, that's pretty good too. These are all pretty flavorful. I like these. Shadow Jinx. 3 times a day, the target must succeed on a wisdom save or is unable to perceive the Lich Hunter until the start of its next turn. He's considered invisible to that target. That is cool. Curse of the Stilled Tongue. Target must succeed on a DC 18 con save or become silenced until the end of its next turn. Yeah, these are all pretty good. This is just straight up, like, he's good at hunting liches. I will give you that. You have made this guy good at hunting liches. Scourge Ward. All undead within 20 feet must make a con save. On a failure, they take 68 radiant damage. They're pushed 10 feet away. They cannot regain hit points till the end of the Lich Hunter's next turn. On a success, it takes half damage and is not pushed. They are disintegrated to ash. Yeah, that's cool. See, this is like a lot more fun to run versus like, oh, you just have like a stat block with, this is the list of spells it can cast. Good luck looking them up. Like, this is so much better than something like that. I like, all day, every day, I would rather have a stat block that does stuff like this, where it's all on the stat block, and having to go look them up. So Scourge Ward is not part of Hexbolt, so the formatting is an issue there, obviously. No, this is fine. I mean, you could say that this is a special action if you wanted to, like, differentiate it. So you could, like, take this and put this down in here, and then call this a special action. And then that way also, if you wanted to do more things that had a recharge, you could also do that. Whoops, what am I doing? I'm losing my mind. Did that. Got this, and then we would do, like... See, this is how I would format this if I were to change this slightly. I have to get my invisible character copy-paste again. I should have never closed it out. Invisible character copy-paste. Let me see. So I would do that, put an invisible character up there so it moves it down by 1. I would do undead only, and then I would just do 20 foot. 20-foot radius, I suppose. 20-foot radius. You can then just say immediately DC 18 con save. DC 18 con save or, and then you just straight up just say or 68. This is like a very OSR way to word this, I suppose, because I get this kind of from Shadow Dark, because Kelsey words stuff like this. Just push 10 feet away and cannot regain hit points until the start of its next turn. Until the start of the Lich Hunter's next turn. On a success, takes half damage and is not pushed. Okay, wait a minute. I can use this thing that somebody taught me from my video comments. DC 18 con save to have 68 radiant damage, 8 radiant damage, and resist being pushed 10 feet away. 10 feet FT away. And that basically says, oh wait, also have to say any damage and resist. Not resist. How do I word this? Resist not able to regain HP. Just being pushed 10 feet away. It will say and being unable to regain HP until the start of the Lich Hunter's next turn. I don't know if I said that in a more wordy way or not. Creatures reduced to 0 by this ability are disintegrated into ash, cannot be directed by any means. So by wish. Let me see if that even. Whoops. This way it kind of separates it from these abilities, so you don't get confused and think, oh, I can use that with that. That was just a crash course, though. That wasn't the most. So Scourge Ward is not part of it as well. Okay, so nobody. You guys are probably like, oh my god, bro, just shut up and move on already. Alright, let's look at the bonus action. So we have, taking notes, don't sweat. We have Aegis Hex here. It's another recharge. Lich Hunter gains a +5 AC to AC and is immune to any effects that will reduce its maximum hit points. This ability ends immediately after it makes an attack roll or is hit by an attack roll. Interesting. Holy hell, this guy's strong. Can go up to 22 AC. You're not pulling any punches here. This would be cool. Like, honestly, this would be really, really cool as a adversary for like an evil campaign. Like, this guy comes after the player characters in an evil campaign. And then it's like, oh, we're fighting good guys that are pretty actually badass also. That would be pretty sick. And then for reactions, we have Reversal Hex. When the Lich Hunter takes damage from a spell, they can use the reaction to partially reverse the effect. The Lich Hunter takes only half of the triggering damage. If the caster is within 60 feet, the Lich Hunter can force them to make a dex save. On failure, that's only half damage. Wait. So they use their reaction to take half damage. And then they can force the other person to make a dex save, or they take the other half of the damage. That's pretty cool. I like that too. These are all very flavorful. I'm liking this a lot. When a creature the Lich Hunter mage can see within 60 feet casts a spell, Lich Hunter can magically snare the incantation in a web of binding hexes. The spellcaster must succeed. Okay, so it's like a counter spell. Okay, yeah. I like this guy a lot. This is definitely an A plus on the stat block. 100% A plus. It's just so creative, and I like the variability that it has, because he's got so many different things he can do. The players can't sit there and like accurately predict like what he's gonna do next, and that's, to me, that's like what makes a stat block like really good. Whenever the players cannot just like predict its binary 2 actions that it can do. So I'll definitely give this one an A for sure. This looks like really fun to run. I could definitely see this being an anti-evil campaign character. He hunts down like the party of necromancers and stuff. A plus I call favoritism. We'll see what your stat block looks like. Sea serpent. Big fat sea. Yeah, this is a pretty sick stat block. This gives me some ideas too. Just basking in its glory for a couple more seconds just to take it all in. I also think I kind of want to, maybe later on in the stream, if I'm not, like if I have time, I don't want to do it if it's like midnight, but I kind of want to try to make a stat block myself. I want to try to redo how I do swarms. The Lich Hunter is meant to not only fight liches, but their undead minions, spectral or no. Yeah, they give like very like witch hunter vibes, and like witch hunters I picture like they're like a broad category of like they hunt down like werewolves, undead, vampire. Well, vampires are undead, but fae. Hi, what's up, Say? How you doing? All right, so we will look at I think we'll look at Mr. Manbat here. We'll look at your monster next. Good, just tuning in. Well, welcome. I've been in a pretty good mood today. I'm in a pretty good mood today. I'm just chilling, man. I'm in a very chill mood. I have not worked all week. I donated plasma again on Thursday before. Oh, I wanted to tell the story while everybody was here about me running Shadow Dark for my cousins who have never played a TTRPG game before. Mine's pretty short and sweet by comparison. Okay. I'll open yours up, and then I want to tell this story about my cousins because you guys actually will probably think this is pretty funny. So, okay, so one of my cousins, the older cousin out of the two, he's in a good mood because he started with an A plus stat block. I've been in a good mood all day. I released my video that I worked on at like 6 a.m. Hasn't gotten very many views yet, but I'm hoping it'll have some longevity like the Matt Colville video I made. So anyways, one of my cousins, okay, so they're both very different people, but they're brothers, so it's kind of funny because like they're kind of opposites in a way, but they're both like successful people. Like one of them, he drives like trucks, like my older cousin, and then my younger cousin,
he works with his dad, and he has his own house. He's like a construction, or I guess it would be carpenter, because you build stuff. Like, he can tear out a bathroom and then rebuild it, essentially. I think that's a carpenter. Anyways, so my older cousin this dude is the most clumsy human being in the world, okay? Like, he has crashed and totaled like 5 different cars. Like, he's just like always been incredibly clumsy. So I go over to my cousin's house. My younger cousin is the cousin whose house I'm at. So, you know, he gives me a tour of his house. It's like super nice. I'm like, holy shit, man, this is like a really nice house. I go down into the basement where we get everything set up. You know, he's got like this little fold-out table out with all these people's names signed on it, and it was pretty cool. He ends up convincing his girlfriend to come play with us too. And she's not like a gamer person, but I guess she listens to the Legends of Arvantis podcast, the one with Chuckles the Clown. So like, she knew what D&D was, so she actually had a pretty good time. But so I'm down there like explaining the game to my cousin and his girlfriend, and then my older cousin gets there. He comes downstairs and he's like, you know, we hug. I'm like, what's up, man? What's up? He's like, yeah, I'm excited. I'm like, I'm excited to run the game too. And while I'm down there explaining the game, like, I'm talking to my cousin Logan. So Logan is the younger cousin, Dylan is the older one. And I'm explaining something to him, and then suddenly, like, I don't know what he was doing, but like, he had like this, it was like a Halloween prop. It was like a staff with like a skull on the top of it, like a ceramic skull type thing. And he was like swinging it around, and he busted out a a fluorescent light bulb. It was like, dude, I haven't seen you in like a year, and like the first thing that you do within the first 10 minutes of being in the room with me is you break something. And it's just so funny because, like, when we were kids, he's done shit like this too. Like, he'll just like he's just like accident prone. And it was like so funny because my cousin just looked over at him, and he was like Logan, I am so sorry. I did not mean to do that. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm just looking over, and there's just shattered fluorescent light bulb all over the floor, and like, my other cousin's girlfriend is like just staring at him like, are you fucking serious? So my cousin is Urkel. He's basically, it's just so funny, dude. He's just such a klutzy person. He's funny. They're both good guys, but. And then after the game, well, I TPK'd them, long story short. My cousin's girlfriend had to go to bed because it was like 12:30, and I should have just used the Shadow Darklings website and had like pre-generated characters for them, but I figured I'd be able to run 3 people through character creation. And it took so long because none of them had ever played a TTRPG before, so I should have just had pre-made characters ready, and then they could have just named them whatever they wanted. But no, I was like, yeah, we'll print out the sheets, and then we'll write stuff down on them. And then like the character sheets came out like super small. They were like that big, so that was like the first thing that kind of went wrong. But as soon as we got into the game, I can even I have the map here, I think. As soon as we got into the game, it was actually pretty fun. Here's the map that I have. Oh, here it is. I'll show it on stream. I don't know how well it'll show up. Okay, hold on. I have to turn this filter off, because it's not going to let me show it, because it's going to crop it out. Filters. Background remover. Okay. So, shit. Let me turn that off, maybe. Okay, so they started off in this building here. This is a house, and I let them do like a little investigation scene in this house, and they were looking for this family that went missing, and they go into this room in the back here, and it was like an armoire that had an earthen tunnel dug out. So they went down in here, and they get into this room, and it's like a bunch of creepy shit. They do another puzzle here. they go into this room here, and they get into their very first combat. My cousin who was playing the rogue crit something for like 6d6 damage and exploded it, and then the other monster that was in the room just like they could not kill it. Like they just kept missing. Nobody could deal more than like 1 damage. My cousin made a fighter and he just could not roll anything above a 7. And he was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude! I can't roll above a 7. And I was in full character goblin mode. I'm like describing this monster's like attacking them, and like they're all getting hype whenever they finally killed it. But so they were in this room here, and then my cousin's girlfriend had to go to bed because it was like 12:30, and eventually they ended up moving down into this room here where they fought a green hag. And I put a pit in the room, hoping they would try to like throw her down the pit so they could kill her. And I rolled like a nat 20, and I dealt like 4d4 damage to my cousin's character. Dropped him to 0. He came back up with a healing potion, and I feel like I should have let my cousin drop kick her and send her flying down the pit, but like. It was like, dude, she has like 20 hit points. I was like, okay, go ahead and roll damage. I'm going to roll a d6. I was like, if I roll a 4 or higher, she goes falling down the pit. And I rolled like a 1. But they had fun. They were like, he was like, dude, I did not think I would get so into this. So I was like, dude, we're going to have to play again. Because playing in person, there's just something about when you play a TTRPG in person. It feels so different. Let me turn this back on. That's the holy salt and vinegar chips back there. It's on a little stand so everybody can see it. But there's just something about when you play a tabletop role-playing game in person. It feels so much better than playing on a computer, man. But it was so funny. It was like... Oh, after we played the game, it was like 2 in the morning or something, or like 1 or 2 in the morning. And we went upstairs with my younger cousin. This is post, I kept making jokes the whole night after my cousin broke the light bulb. I was like, yeah, he rolled a nat 20, punch the light bulb out. And he just kept going, fuck you, Anthony. But we ended up going upstairs, and my younger cousin was like, dude, you gotta try my VR headset. I was like, no, I don't want to use it. And then he lets my older cousin put it on, and I'm just sitting there the whole time. I'm like, dude, he's gonna like punch the TV screen and break it. Like, he already broke a fluorescent light bulb. I'm just like sitting there the whole time, like clenching my butthole, because I'm like, dude, he's gonna punch the TV or something. Something's gonna happen. He's clumsy. But no, he didn't do anything. That was that. We ended up going home. I went home at like 3 in the morning, and I went to bed. That was my very long-winded story about running my cousins through Shadowdark, who had never played the game before. They'd never played any TTRPG before in their life. And they had a pretty good time. Hell yeah, 10 out of 10. It was pretty fun. I had a lot of fun. Wonder how many people left the chat after listening to me for 40 minutes ramble. Oh, what a blast. I wish we could play Shadowdark with everybody in Discord in person somehow, but obviously it's just impossible. We can't, which sucks. Okay. Major W, bro. Nice. Alright, Man Bat. You were on the chopping block here. So, is this an NPC? Is this a named NPC? I'm assuming it is, because unless this is like some Italian word for like undead lich or something, I'm assuming this is like an NPC. Or like maybe this is like a bad guy. I hope I'm not getting a cavity. I'm drinking too much Dr. Pepper. So this guy's a CR1. So this is pretty cool. Yep, COS NPC for my Homebrew campaign long ago. Is this a bad guy or good guy? It says chaotic good, so I'm assuming he's like an ally. My players had an ally once, and then he died, and then Say resurrected him and turned him into an Aarakocra. It's supposed to say CR4. Let me fix that for you. Okay, so he's CR4. Alright, so he's got... Depends on player actions, can go either way. Alright. So he's like a duelist, it seems, because he's got low strength, but he's got a 16 in dexterity. His stats are pretty, oh man! Yawning. His stats are pretty good across the board, it seems like. He's got, like, just decent, he's well-rounded, it looks like. He doesn't have any negatives. He speaks Turgrish. I don't know what Turgrish is. I'm assuming that's a homebrew language. So we got for traits, we have martial advantage, an extra 2d6 to a creature that is within 5 feet of an ally that isn't incapacitated. That's pretty cool. That's a hobgoblin ability, isn't it? I think martial advantage. I know that's a keyword for hobgoblins, if I'm not mistaken. If Sim was in here, he would know because he really likes hobgoblins. Tripping strike once per turn. If he hits a creature with a weapon attack, the target must succeed on a dexterity save or fall prone. Okay, is this how this works for hobgoblins? Maybe I should have just used this for my gnolls, because it's like an actual named ability. This is interesting. So obviously I could dive into your stat block and do formatting for you, but you know, that's just Agile Monk. What's up, man? I've seen you in I think I've seen you in Esper the Bard's chat. I've seen you in the Indominant chat before. How's it going, man? Just doing some audits, some viewer stat block audits here. Just reviewing some stat blocks. Judging them harshly, not really, but just chilling out. Friend of Esper. Oh, that's cool. I got to run a Shadow Dart game for him, actually, not too long ago. We didn't get him through the whole dungeon, unfortunately, but I think he had a good time. Very agile and get around to many of the channels. That's awesome. Yeah, it's cool being part of the D&D community. There's a lot of really cool people, or not just the D&D, but the tabletop role-playing game community as a whole is pretty sick. Everybody's pretty chill. I don't think I've met anybody who I'm like, yeah, I don't like this guy. Well, that's not true. I've met maybe one or two, but they're very few and far between. Okay, so I guess since I was going all in on Jay with formatting, maybe I should start roasting you about formatting here. You're a big fan and work hard to give your support. Well, you know what? That's pretty based of you, and I'm happy to hear that. That's pretty awesome. Giving you a new sub. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, go for it. I figured the formatting would be an issue. I didn't edit this at all. I mean, this is like a very Wizards of the Coast coded stat block. Now, if it was DM Dungeon Mastery coded, what I would do is I abbreviate everything that is able to be abbreviated, because I like to save space. So dexterity would be dex, and instead of saving throw, I would say save. I would actually say, hold on, so this would be DC 14 dex save. And then or fall prone is good. When Mon hits with a weapon attack, the target must succeed on a... Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't have to go too hard. That just saves, it'll shrink it just a little bit. It makes it a little, I don't know, I feel like DC 14 dex is a little easier on the eyes than dexterity, because I try to always optimize stuff so that when you're looking, like, let's say you had this on the table and it's like, oh, what happens whenever he hits me again? You have to, like, quickly look down and, like, find out, like, what you're looking for. I mean, this is a small stat block, but whenever you're making, like, really big stat blocks, it's, like, good to have, like, stuff abbreviated and bolded like that. So for multi-attack, even, I wouldn't even have, so, like, I think I've kind of said this before, but okay, so, like, looking at multi-attack, for example, it says Ardon Caesarea, Caesariza, I can't say it. Sound it out for me, I can't say it. I would just take his name out, because, like, it's his stat block, you know he's the one making the attacks, so we can save a couple characters. Oh lord, what did I just do? We can save a couple characters worth of space just by taking that out. You just say makes 2 ranged weapon attacks, or he makes 1 ranged weapon attack and uses his maneuvering order. So I would just say makes 2 ranged attacks, may replace one with maneuvering order. So that cuts down on some space, shrinks it just by a little bit, but it still shrinks it somewhat. Crippling crossbow. I like how you were naming these in, like, a creative way, and you didn't just say crossbow. That's pretty cool. Ranged weapon attack. So it does a D10 piercing, and then the target has to make a con save, or they're blinded, deafened, or silenced until the start of their next turn. So is this a magical effect, or is this like he's shooting you in the eye? Cereza, okay. I'm assuming because he's like a martial character, this is like he's like shooting you in the eye, in the mouth or something. Not magical, okay. Interesting. So what I would do here is I would just call this a crossbow is a martial weapon, I think. So I do martial weapon, and this even helps you, like, let's say the question ever comes up where it's like, is a crossbow a martial weapon or a simple weapon? It just says it right there. So, like, if your players are, like, looting the body or something, this kind of just is there to remind you that this is a martial weapon. I mean, it's kind of, if you're an experienced dungeon master and you know all that stuff, it's kind of just pulling teeth. Or splitting hairs, that would be the word. It's like splitting hairs, but, you know. Hold on a second, I just want to see something real quick. I'm going to open up a regular heavy crossbow thing just to see. So we're going to do martial weapon. I'm gonna DM Dungeon Masteryify this for a second. What would we call this? We would call this like crippling shot. And then I want to try to experiment with not having on hit anymore, just taking that out. So just do a D10 piercing damage, and then what does that say? And then you don't even have to say the target must make. If you just have this in here, it's assumed that the target has to make this save. DC. Is this number coming from his stats, or did you just eyeball this? DC 14. Because I would do Dex save. DC 14 con. Save or. Blinded. Deafened. Or silenced. Silencioed. Their next turn. Let's see how this looks just to see. Because this is a heavy crossbow, according to what I'm looking at here. I think I said everything that it needs to say, just in less space. If you want to be extra edgy, you could just give his crossbow like an actual name. You can call it like Lucille or something. Ending adventuring career since 1999. Got the from Ravenloft gaze tier from the way back when, him and his whole faction. That's cool. And then of course we don't have the iconic DM Dungeon Mastery lines for separating stuff, which I can also, let me see real quick. I also started realizing that like I don't need to put this line there if I only need to put it there to separate the abilities that are like in the middle. You don't have to really put it like at the bottom here. That's me like trying to get better at taking up less space on a stat block and formatting stuff. Okay, so let me get back into this here. So maneuvering order. This looks like a gamer tag. He commands a friendly creature within 30 feet that can hear him to immediately use its reaction to move up to half its speed without provoking opportunity attacks. How would we... Oh my gosh, he did the thing. He put the lines in. I wouldn't be me if I didn't put the lines in the stat block. It helps with my my non-doctor copy-paste from image. Was not kind to me tonight. Oh no, it's all good. For some reason, I thought like more people would use this website to make stat blocks, but apparently like not that many people use this website. I've used this thing like since I started playing D&D, I think. As soon as I started homebrewing stuff, I started using this website, and I haven't used another website. I'd like to know the website that the guy used to make the 4-column Sano stat block, though. Because that's just like... I need to know how he did that. Okay. Wait a minute. 4-column Giga Chad. ARD. Let me just do this. Let me stop trying to... You have the space, like on a stat block like this, where he doesn't have that many things he can do. You have the space to like word stuff like this, but I think it's a good habit to try and figure out ways to, with like formatting. I can see the jealousy in your eyes, DM. I need 16 columns for what I'm working on right now. You're just making an entire player class and putting it on a stat block. I used to use it way more, but I use CritterDB with the encounter stat block. What is CritterDB? I've never heard of that one personally. Commands a friendly creature within 30 feet of him. We would abbreviate feet to feet, FT, and that would take out the space. Within 30 feet. Hold on, let me try to reword this from scratch. Okay. Okay, this might be kind of cringe, but I'm gonna do it. Special action. I know some people are like, bro, I'm so sick of special action, DM Dungeon Mastery. Uh-oh. Guess what I need again? I need my invisible character copy. Special action. Somebody say that in quotes. Bro, I'm so sick of so sick of special action, DM Dungeon Mastery. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna go bam, 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 bam. We're gonna do, this is called maneuvering order. And then we put the stats in here, so it's 30 feet. So it actually would be one ally within sight and hearing. One ally within sight that can hear. Here, comma, 30 feet. And then we get like this. Then let's say creature uses its reaction. This is basically like leadership. Creature or target to move up to half. Basically it's like a dash, but I don't want to say dash because you can't dash when it's not your turn. So it moves up to half its speed. I think this makes it. Let me see. Oh my goodness. It's all italics. What did I do? I didn't put a thing there. Okay, one ally within sight that can hear. 30 feet. Target uses its reaction to move up to half its speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Okay, then we have Commander's Strike. This would also be a special action. Let me see, hold on. The target uses its reaction to make a weapon attack, dealing an additional 2d6 damage. Bonus action, take that out. I haven't perfected this yet, so like technically speaking, like special action is adding like a whole nother set of characters, so this might actually be suboptimal to do it this way, but I haven't figured out a way to do this in a way that for just like actions like this, because I like to chop out everything that's like one target within range that can hear it makes a ba 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 ba. I'd rather just do, you know, put everything I need to know right up front, and then like after I get past that semicolon, it just tells me what the ability does, because I feel like that's easier to glance at, like especially when you're standing up and you're dungeon mastering like I do, and like you're like okay, what do you want to do? Okay, what do you want to do? And then you got to quickly look down at your paper. I feel like when it's like this, it helps a little bit. It's like a little easier to see it, but I might be wrong. This is a cool stat block. I don't know if Would this guy be CR4? I also realized he doesn't have a melee weapon. So if he gets in melee, he just kind of gets poopied on, huh? SMH, no melee weapon. Give him a dagger, maybe. I have to get permission from the boss before I can do that. I'm not allowed. Even if you didn't want to give him a dagger, you could give him like a kick attack or something that like pushes things away from him so he can like move without provoking an opportunity attack. Like that would be like an interesting thing. It's like a very Souls game-esque ability. Nojoro.exe has stopped working. Do what you must. You are the master. Nay, nay. This is your guy after all. Surely you're gonna use him in one of your games. Sorry, I don't know why I keep yawning. I think I went to bed at like 4 a.m. and then I woke up at like 11. I've been waking up really early and not getting a lot of sleep. I don't know why. I think if you just gave him like a dagger or something, it would be a quick fix. Although a kick would be kind of interesting. It's just like, no, he just doesn't. He's so confident in his abilities that he doesn't even bring a sidearm. He only brings a crossbow. Boot. This would end up using strength too, though. Put a dagger on his boot. Is he like super dexterous guy? Call this like improvised weapon. "5 feet. He's got panache. What does that mean? You gotta talk to me like I'm a stupid American, because I don't understand any of your lingo, sonny. It just doesn't make sense to me. You know what I need to do one of these days on stream is I need to just like watch. I want to watch like bizarre bub ghost videos with you guys and like try to special words, smiley face. Military style martial arts would be cool for a warrior type creature where they have a little hand-to-hand training. That would be cool. I'm thinking like Assassin's Creed, like wrist blades would be cool on a creature. Like if you made like a really dexterous like Assassin's Creed style guy. Kick. We'll call this. You want it if you want to do a bladed. We can do like bladed kick maybe. And then this way it's like he's doing like the break dancing thing where he's like spinning. We'll just make it do like a D6. Can disarm and have a bit more kick to their punches. Yeah, that's cool too. I want to start working on like some more lower CR stat blocks because I feel like I do a lot of really high CR stuff, but sometimes it is really fun to just work with like the constriction. Slashing, I'll do piercing or slashing. Slashing damage. DMG. Or no, you know what? We'll do this one. This one will be like a... Like he's just... not 8d4. 1d8. Nah, 1d6. This will be like, if you do disarm him of his crossbow, like, he really will be weak, but he'll have something he can do, and then we'll give him like a special action with the bladed boot. So then we'll do like disarming kick or something. Or no, we'll do like what's a good name for something that could like push something away from you? The boot. I don't know what else to call it. Oops, this also won't be. Do that. Have an excellent night and thanks for what you do. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. You are a goated viewer for that. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope to see you again. I hope you have a good night and I hope you have a good Easter. Thank you very much. Much love from DM Dungeon Mastery to you. You are truly goated, my friend. Thank you. I salute you. Everybody salute this man. He's doing God's work. Short sword for if he's disarmed. Boot for if somebody gets too close while he's got his crossbow on him. 07. Wrist blade is a cool idea. Makes him feel like an AC assassin. Attaboy. Yeah, thanks, man. It's actually pretty sick seeing you in here. I was like, I recognize your name immediately because I've just seen you everywhere. Okay, are we making this guy like a crazy assassin? Do you want him to be... Maybe we won't give him a bladed boot. Maybe we'll just say it's a boot and he could just kick you and like push you back for like 1d4 damage. We'll just do kick or something. And this will definitely only do 1d4 bludgeoning. Bladed boots are cool though. They are cool. What is the core theme of this character? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. This technically, like, it really only makes sense if it's strength. Unless you're Abernathy Shield Mage and you like say claw attacks use Dex, but the bite uses Dex or something. Get a load of this guy. Okay, strength 1d4 bludgeoning damage. And then medium MEDIUM or smaller creatures are pushed back. And it should probably be a strength save because I can already hear barbarian players getting mad or Goliath players getting mad. Every time I go to make an ability, I try to imagine is somebody out there who's playing a specific character fantasy going to be yelling at me for this? Strength save. His strength is ability. This is like very unlikely to push something back. 5 feet and falls prone. There we go. This really should use strength. This keeps the stat block super simple if we keep it just like this. And like what this design philosophy would say is if you are a battle master fighter and you disarm this guy, then he only has this as his backup. Like he's only kicking you and he's like pushing you away from him. But you also said a short sword, so I think we'll give him a short sword. And we'll just keep it simple for the short sword and just keep it like a yield. Short swords are simple weapons, I believe. I really need to start playing 5e again. It's been so long since I played 5e. 5 feet. We don't say one target in this house unless it's a spell. Short sword, stab, slash. Just the classic 1d6 piercing, slashing, DMG. Boom. We'll take this. We'll take the lines. We'll put the lines on the short sword, and the boot will be a last ditch effort thing that he can do. Oh no, this is good. Okay, yeah, this is good. It's making the stat block a little longer. You gotta start a 5e campaign for your Shadow Dark minions. I'm itching to be a player again. Did you guys ever watch Goober Town Hobbies? This is a completely random, and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. My name is Brent with Goober Town Hobbies. Have you guys ever watched him? He paints miniatures. Okay, I'm gonna do the dreaded 2-column CR4 stat block. You should just go look up Goober Town Hobbies and just listen to one of his intros, and he sounds exactly like that every single video. He goes, "My name is Brent with Goober Town Hobbies." Okay, so this is why I think I have autism, because I like vocal stim all the time, and I'll hear something that sounds really funny, and I won't be able to stop repeating it. Like, I'll just like constantly repeat it. And like, it's like somebody will talk weird, and then like I'll walk around and start talking like them for like an hour, because like it's just funny how they sound. My name is Brett with Goober Town Hobbies. You sounded more like that weird guy who makes the top 5 creepy. Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. No, he's more like number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you would want in your Burger King burger is somebody's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get. I can't remember his name, but I've seen him. He's like an internet legend. Are you liking the direction of the stat block? No Joro. So ideally he's not going to be in a lot of direct conflicts, and if he is, he's going to have a lot of allies to back him up. Okay, we need to change the multi-attack because we gave him more weapons, so... Okay, let's see here. How do we reword this? We're going to do makes 2 attacks with its crossbow, short sword. Okay, well, hold on. With its crossbow or short sword may replace one with a boot or maneuvering order. See, my challenge to myself that I have to do is if I do make a low CR stat block, I gotta try to keep it as a single column. Because this is what ends up happening. I start getting ideas for stuff, and then I add them, and I'm like, oh, this is cool, oh, this is cool, oh, this is cool. What's the evil version of a legend? Infamy? Like infamous, I think. A menace. Did you guys ever watch, what the hell is that guy's name? Oh lord, what's his name? I just said it earlier. Bizarre Bub, that's who I was thinking of. I like menace, that's what I'd call that guy. I want to be one so bad. I want to be one so bad. That's just why I talk this way. He's the butcher of speaking normally. I feel like my mic has to be peaking when I talk. No. I do like the direction. I'm thinking if we're gonna trim it down, the boot would be the thing to cut. Well, the question is, do you want me to trim it down? Because I can trim it down. If you want it to just be a single column, and you don't want anything else. Gross. Stop that DM. Guys, how do you feel if I rebranded my channel to not a D&D channel? Must dislike bomb the stream to stop him. You think dislikes will stop me? Nothing will stop me. I'm gonna rebrand my channel into a D&D channel. I'm gonna rebrand my D&D channel into a League of Legends channel. Not really. I wouldn't be caught dead playing League of Legends. Darn, sent to add hell. F. I think this is pretty done, Najoro, unless you want to add something else or you want me to take out the boot. Because if he has a crossbow, a short sword, and then he has a special action. Don't you dare leave us, DM. Go crazy, dude. Well, I would say this is done. I don't think I would add anything else. He seems like just like a low-level leader stat block. I'll take over the stat block void then. Darn ads that he don't even get paid for. Yeah, even if you don't have ads enabled, they'll still play ads. So it's like if you're a creator on YouTube, you might as well just have them on. Let me view image, save stat block. I'm gonna send this back to you. And there's your DM Dungeon Mastery FI stuff. Wait for real? That's bullcrap. Yeah, if you upload to YouTube's website, they just see that as we have permission to make money off of you, even if you're not gonna try to make money off of your own stuff. So you just might as well enable ads if you have the option, because they'll just play them anyways. That's why what I want to start doing is uploading videos to Patreon without like ads, and then like if I have like a sponsor video or something, I cut out the sponsor, because that's usually like, it's understandable. Like I know why nobody wants to watch like a sponsor cutaway, but like as the person making the video, like you have to put it in there, because you can't just be like, oh yeah, I'll take your sponsorship, and then not put the sponsor in the video somehow. So, you know, it be how it be. It's so hard being a content creator, TPH. So actually I did want to talk about this. I want to make a video that warns anybody if they want to get into the TTRPG niche on YouTube, just don't do it. We'll have to, like, I have to genuinely, like, go through other people's YouTube channels and, like, just like, it's kind of sad. Why is that? I feel like I should get through another stat block before I go down this rabbit hole, because I'm going to want to talk about it for a while. By the way, I got a funny stat block I compiled together. You want? I don't care. Send it to me. We'll go over it. It's a dense one. Preaching to the choir, bro. Damn. So, okay, I want to talk about this, because you guys can respond to what I'm saying, and I'm not just, because I've said this to myself like probably 100 times already. But if you go through like Dungeons and Dragons on YouTube does not have anything that could go viral. Like there is a hard ceiling on Dungeons and Dragons content specifically, and then like you kind of raise the ceiling a little bit. Hold on, let me turn this filter off on my camera, because I'm trying to make a point with my hands and it's not letting me. Filters, background removal. Hold on, let me Let me do something. I want to make my background a bit better to look at. So take these off. Put this right here. How does that look? That way I look more professional. There I look slightly more professional with the vacuum right there, but I don't have something in the back. Look at them ankles. I'm wearing super short shorts, like 80s style short shorts. Mine would be quick if you did it. Okay, yeah, let me look at yours real quick before I start ranting about. Before I start warning any of you, if you ever want to get into D&D YouTube, just not to do it. I would pick any other niche, even if you're like a sewing channel. Like pick that instead. It's better. Okay, so this is Tank Master. What am I talking about? Did you just jump in mid-conversation? I'm talking about hold on, let me go over your stat block first. Let me go over the stat block first. Alright, so Sandcarver Bulette looks trash. Okay, rant time. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, Sandcarver Bulette is a large. Are Bullets elementals? Normally? I thought they were monstrosities. Am I actually wrong? Ranting is fun, should do more often. Oh, I'm gonna rant. Oh, you're gonna see me rant after this. They're monstrosities. Yeah, I thought they were. I guess when you're born a tank, you just don't see species. It's okay. This is probably like a custom. It's a Bule that was born on the elemental plane of Earth or something. They would be right at home there. Alright, so this guy's got 19 AC, so he's pretty damn tanky. Players beware. He has a so he cannot move unless he's burrowing. So that's interesting. He literally can only move underground. Curious. That's curious. So he's got... Does he not have legs? Just draw me something on a piece of paper and send... Don't do that. That's okay. I gotcha. Alright, so we got 19 strength, 25 constitution. Okay, that's crazy. 2 intelligence. So these low stats balance out with this, so I don't mind this being so high. Honestly, I respect the balls to make something so high on a stat block like this. Or on a tier 2 nonetheless. Because he has vulnerability to thunder damage. He's resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. He cannot be grappled, nor can he be paralyzed. Crystallized essence. Alright, let me read this. This is telling me why he can't walk. Where the legs of this monster once were are now 4 clusters of crystals with the elemental magic of the plane in them. The creature is magically propelled forward by these crystals and can't stop moving. So he's a tank, is what you're saying. That's interesting. He's one of those. He's one of those snakes that you make robotic legs for, and you give them too much power. Interesting. It seems like very Dark Souls for some reason. I'm just picturing like some Dark Souls thing. Like you walk into a desert and there's just like this thing that like moves across the ground. Eroding presence. The power of the crystals cause a constant vibration around this creature. All natural stone is turned into quicksand. Okay, that's cool. 1d4 hours till it settles into normal sand. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that. That makes a dynamic battlefield. Stuff like this is interesting because it actually makes anything that incentivizes players to move in combat I think is a good idea. So I like this. It's cool. Eat the rich. Okay. This creature's new appetite for gemstones and precious meals will lead it to attack the character with the most wealth on them. Okay. I like that. That's funny. I need to make like a kobold or a goblin with something like that. That's pretty funny. He has 2 actions. He has a bite that does 4d12 damage, and he has a sand vortex. He can suck in all quicksand in a 40-foot radius. If it spends 2 turns spinning in place underneath all of it, the sand will start to vibrate after the first turn. Creatures in or on top of the quicksand will be pulled towards the maw and will be auto-hit by a bite attack. DC 19 strength did not be pulled in. Interesting. This is a creature that gets most of its gameplay from its special traits, which is fine. I like that. That's like very Swarm-esque style creature creation. I like the creativity with it makes like it turns the earth around it into sand, so it's like just like mulching the ground around it, and then people get sucked into it, which is pretty cool. He does a lot of damage if he hits too. So does this hit multiple creatures if they all get pulled in and fail the saving throw? The sand vortex? It's actually not a bad idea if it does, because that kind of makes up for it not having multi-attack. And then if you took this thing and you like somehow got it off the ground, I feel like it would also kind of screw the creature over, which is interesting. Someone needs to make a critter with a bunch of meme references. I'm shocked that nobody has done that yet, because I'm like always waiting for it. I'm like, we're just gonna get something that's got like Ligma or something. It's gonna be a mind goblin. He's got like his multi attack is like uses Ligma and Maballs, but like it's not spelled Balls. It's like Bawlz or something. Yes. I'm assuming yes, he hits every creature that fails that save. It's interesting. I like it. Sigma Sigma on the wall. What would be the following? What would be the follow-up to that? Who's the most based of them all? Sigma Sigma on the wall. I will give this stat block. A solid. Let me think here. So his main rotation in combat is he makes the ground around him quicksand, and then he sucks you in and he bites you. So he does have a combat rotation, which is good. I would give this a B+, only because it kind of just has like a single thing, and then like you kind of know what the creature's gonna do after the first round of combat. I would say maybe like the second round you kind of learn everything that it does, which is not a bad thing. And you don't want to make this thing too wordy. So this is a really good creature. I think it could scale well too. I mean, it's got really high AC. This thing is pretty scary. It would be fun to run against somebody. I do feel like it could maybe be optimized a little bit with its wording. There's a lot of extra character usage on here that I could probably take off, but I don't want to spend too much time. Dang, how bad was my sea serpent? Guys, should we tell him? No, I'm just kidding. My nose is itchy, dude. I'm not picking my nose, by the way. I'm scratching it because it's itchy. It feels like there's like hair in my nose. I think it's my piercing, actually. Okay. Is Dungeon Lord Jay still here, or did he leave? Because I'm about to like destroy everybody's hopes and dreams here about wanting to become a YouTuber for D&D stuff specifically. Plot twist, it was never about the sea serpent. It was never about the sea serpent. Okay, so here's my my town crier-esque wisdom as to why you should get into any other niche other than Dungeons and Dragons, okay? I think even just tabletop RPG games in general. So, if you look through YouTube, there's only like 3, 4 maybe. There's big channels like Critical Role, right? So you have Critical Role. Hold on, this is like cutting my camera off a little bit, and it's bothering me. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. I knew it. I freaking knew it. Number 1 fan. He called me. It was a lie. What the hell are you talking about? Anyways, so like think about this for a second. D&D YouTube. What video could you possibly make for D&D YouTube that would let your video go viral for like 1 million people to watch it? You're gonna have to do something like, I made the Statue of Liberty for my tabletop terrain or something. Like it has to be something that would appeal to people that don't play D&D. So like you either have to do something super, super niche that like you actually have a talent for, or you're just making videos that are like comedy stuff, like XP to level 3, like you're just doing like skit humor. Because every other video that I see that's not like coming from the YouTubers that do like skit humor, if they're lucky, they get like 6,000 views maybe. Yeah, like Ginny D's videos, like Ginny D also has the benefit of she's a pretty girl, so like that, like if you're a pretty girl on YouTube, that's another like just bonus. Like you're gonna get like more views on average than just like some dude. And I also think like the average person that makes D&D content, like their editing is like really bad. And I'm not saying I'm a good editor, because I'm not. Like I'm pretty bad at it. I don't know how to do like all this crazy flashy stuff, but like I would say that like the general like tabletop RPG channel, like if you just go watch something, it's like, and I was doing this before, that's why I'm trying to switch my content into like me talking in front of a green screen, because I want to make my content at least somewhat more interesting. It's a lot of just a dude sitting at his computer and he's like talking about something. He's just like, I mean, like, well, I'm just using myself as an example here, but like I've watched other YouTubers where they do the same thing. Like I at least try to put some editing in my videos, but like there's YouTubers that just do no editing. It's just like an old guy sitting there talking about something, right? And then you're just like, okay. Legends of Arvantis went viral for chuckles, right? They have that, but they also get like short content with like cartoons made. That's another thing. Channels that do like cartoon characters, like they're not like a VTuber, but they have like a little cartoon person that like they can put on screen when they talk. Those tend to get a lot of views, but I mean, it's kind of scary that like the only, like I don't ever see myself ever getting a video that's gonna get like 100k views. There's really barely any content creators that get like consistently like 100k views a video in the D&D space, unless you're like Critical Role, Dimension 20, like Legends of Arvantis. Even Legends of Arvantis, their long form stuff doesn't get a lot of views. I'm curious what it'll be like in another 10 years since tabletop has gone more mainstream. Well, I think D&D is dying. I think Dungeons and Dragons, especially 5th edition, like 5th edition is dying. It's kind of concerning. Like I don't know how well this will look on stream, but let me see if I can like show some examples maybe. So like whenever I try to make a video, I'm trying to like make something that people will watch, because I obviously want to try to grow my channel. And there are some channels that I see that I'm like, this dude's got good editing and he's not even getting that many views. That's when it's concerning. Whenever I see like a channel that's been doing D&D stuff for like 4 years or 5 years and they're still only getting like 1,000, 2,000 views, that's when it feels really disheartening. Okay, so we're trying to find popular D&D videos. Most of them are shorts, okay, like 30 million views. That's 36 million views. It's because of WotC. They turned on their fan base. Yeah, they killed the game with the OGL thing that they did. I think that was like the big nail in the coffin. And then also the game is becoming incredibly politically aligned instead of just being neutral like it should be. And like people can disagree with that point, but it's unfortunately true that it is becoming very politically aligned with a certain political affiliation. Videos, please, not shorts. And it's still showing me shorts. Okay. Like actually, I want to show a podcast that I like, and I think their videos are actually pretty good. And they look at, like, I've scrolled down this whole time. The only videos that I'm seeing that are D&D that have a lot of views are these shorts from Legends of Arvantis. And the thing that sucks about shorts is like shorts don't make any money. Like you have to get 1 million views to get like this 10 million view video, they probably made like $300 off of that. But if this was like an actual long form video, you know, they'd probably make a couple thousand. But my advice is to do what you want and do it well. Competence will always attract people. That's why you became my favorite D&D YouTuber. You're based and you do your thing with high quality. I mean, yeah, I try, and like I think you like making money from YouTube is like a bad thing to hope for if you get into tabletop RPG stuff, because like YouTube, it's so hard to make videos that people want to watch. Like you have to follow a specific formula, and if like you don't follow it to a T, people don't want to watch your stuff. But like you could still make money using YouTube. Like you can make stuff like with my Patreon, I make like stat blocks and stuff. Like I think that's mainly why people watch my channels, for like my stat block content. I would like to make like PDFs and stuff, but I'm so bad with PDFs. Shut up, Archivist. Everybody's leaving the stream because I'm talking about this. Nobody wants to listen to me rant. I'm watching my viewer count just go down and down and down. Hey man, listen. Let a guy rant, would you? Oh my god, it's literally just all shorts content. This is why I'm like, man, I really want to just like so like a channel that I'm envious of is like a Meat Canyon. So Papa Meat can talk about, like, Meat Canyon can talk about any topic he wants to. And like he could talk about D&D if he wanted to, and he still gets a lot of views, but he's also really good at other stuff too, so it's not just that. And I think once you have a following, you can make videos about whatever and like your viewers will watch you. But it's very disheartening doing like TTRPG YouTube and hoping like you'll be successful, because it's very scary. Basically, I don't want to ramble about it too long. Killing my stream engagement, I think. Ha ha ha! Oh god, it's just me and Abernathy Shield Mage and Archivist in here. Yeah, everybody left. They were like, yep, I don't want to listen to it. Shut up and make content. I'm not here to listen to you complain or be a personality. I'm sorry, okay? Well, now that it's just us three here, now I can make my super top secret thing. Oh, Archivist wanted to send me a stat block too, that's right. I've been told to send this to you or get banned for lurking. Archivist, are you very sus guy? Is that you on Discord? The goal of YouTube is to trick people into watching content they enjoy and then transition into them enjoying your personality. That's what we came here for, dance monkey. Yeah, that's like what I'm hoping to go for. Like, I mean, I feel like I already have like a pretty chill, you know, I wish I made my YouTube channel around like the Filthy Frank era of YouTube, because like that was my favorite era of YouTube. Like Filthy Frank before iDubbbz turned into what he is now, before H3H3 turned into what he is now. Bro, the ads have the worst time. Damn. Filthy Frank era was the best era. Dude, that was my favorite era of YouTube. Filthy Frank was like my favorite YouTuber. He was so fucking funny. That's like my sense of humor. Filthy Frank. Also, like, oh my god, what is their names? The Australian guys. Oh my god, I can't believe, like Chad and what's the other guy's name? Max Mofo? Is it Max Mofo or am I losing it? Let me double check. I don't want to say the wrong name. I think it's Max Mofo. Yeah, it's Max Mofo. Chad and Max Mofo. Their Cold Ones podcast is pretty cool. I like their Cold Ones podcast. It's just crazy how much YouTube has changed, isn't it? Isn't it nuts? I really do miss when YouTube was just like simple videos. Like people were just making like, I never really liked Fred, but like the Fred era of YouTube was like so much more wholesome. It really did used to be better, because like people, it feels like you have to make it brain rot or people won't watch it. That's what it feels like. It's so weird. Well, why you guys are in here? Do you want me to review another stat block, or do you want me to try to remake a Swarm stat block? Because I have an idea. Soviet Womble is where it's at. It sounds very familiar. Okay, hear me out. I have an idea for swarms that I want to try to redo. Because I think I can... My current swarm stat blocks are a little big. The more time before my monstrosity is seen, the better. Is it like... Is it really bad? Like, what is it? Is it the N-word 800 times on the stat block? I feel like you would do something like that. I'm going to load it off screen. Holy shnikes, this is a big stat block, but it's oddly organized well. I kind of like how you got the double line thing going there. We'll save that for later. Remember Annoying Orange? I do remember Annoying Orange. I hated Annoying Orange. I actually legitimately found Annoying Orange annoying. Maybe. Oh, that's right. You want me to look at your stat blocks before you have a conniption. Hold on. Alright, I'll look at, since this is my circus and you are my monkeys, I'll look at one of your other stat blocks. That I kind of want to work on my own stat block too. No OC, not. Of course not. Which one do you want me to look at? Caleb? The Aviator or the Fledgling? I'm ready to give another C. A C minus this time. A big fat C minus. I can make this a little bigger actually. Dude, are you just pushing your OC on me because you want me to watch furry stuff? I've been waiting 2 weeks, DM. I did my homework. I want my grade. Okay, well, I don't know which one of these you want me to do first. I'm the only one who did the homework. Okay, which one of these do you want me to do first? Alright, I'm just going to pick the Fledgling. Picking the fledgling. Aviator. Too late. I picked the fledgling. Oh my god, what am I looking at? Alright, let's see here. I have to channel the power. For this one. I should get extra points for being the only one who did the homework from last stream. You're not the only one. Dungeon Lord J made a spellcaster stat block. He was the first one I reviewed. Poindexter. Okay, so let's look at the Aeromancer fledgling. And it was gold, he says. Okay, so you want me to look at the big one, the one that's going to take more time, I'm guessing. Alright, let me look. Oh my god. This is a big stat block. Okay, so we're all over the place. Alright, let me see here. No. I said it first. I said it. No, please. Okay. Holy moly is right. This is a long boy. This is an OG long boy. That didn't count. What didn't count? What are you talking about? Holy mackerel. Probably longer than mine I send. I think they're about even, but yours just looks more visually appealing with all the breaks. Okay, let me dive into this. Let me pick this apart piece by piece. I really want to turn on different music, but last time I did that I got copyright striked. Not copyright striked, but they demonetized my stream. Perhaps I'll turn on this one because I wish to. No, not ads. I not wish to listen to ads. No freaking ad break. I can actually manually trigger an ad break, which is pretty funny. Holy shnikes, that was loud. Okay. Okay, we're gonna look at this together. Hopefully all two of you are paying attention. Oh boy, I'm scared. Oh, you should be. Okay, so if I'm going to pick this apart for formatting, because I feel like I should, because I picked everybody else's apart with formatting, I still think we can work on the formatting a little bit. I'm just looking around. This is a lot to take in. Okay, so let me go from left to right. Okay, so we got an AC of 17, 65 hit points. He's tier 2. Strength, Dex, Con, Int, Wiz, Charisma. Okay, I think we talked about this in the Discord. He's got a lot of stats that he's good at. Why is he good at everything? I feel like he shouldn't have high strength, personally. I feel like his wisdom and his charisma should be like low, like 11, if you're gonna give him anything. I feel like strength should be like 10. Maybe even, I would even, honestly, this might even be controversial, but because he's dealing with a really loud air, I would lower his wisdom to like 9. Like his hearing is damaged from listening to the loud gales of air. And that gives a weakness to be exploited or something. So if I were to make a change here, I would even do something like this right off the bat. I don't think we need like these other scores here to be super high. Personally, unless he's like a named character and it makes sense, I don't think he needs high strength, high charisma. I think even a low wisdom makes sense, because the point I just made with him listening to loud air. Instead of like adding a trait that says as a +1 high, it's not really high, but like thematically, why does he have it? Like, why is he charismatic but also incredibly intelligent? Is he just your OP OC that you want me to... Listen, I gotta tell you this lore for this character, and you send me a 12-page backstory? No, it's not really a humongous deal, but for me, I don't think, like, at least if he's gonna have a plus in everything, I would wait until like tier 3 and 4 to do that. I would let tier 1 and 2, he should only be specialized in like the main stats that he needs to be specialized in, which Dex, Constitution, and Intelligence seem those seem like good choices for him. He's intelligent. That's like probably what he uses to cast his spells. I put the strength to 10 because he probably uses his spells to pick everything up, not his strength. That's just me personally. That's just what I imagine. Dexterous. Dexterity saving throw, these are fine. Acrobatics, performance, and stealth. Why does he have performance proficiency? Oh, I see, they're acrobats, okay. I think dexterity fits more than strength. Staying in shape could actually be more represented by like constitution, I think. It's like he's physically healthy, but he's not like lifting weights, maybe. Because if he, instead of him lifting weights, he's probably lifting it up with his magic. 10 strength is like a normal person though, so that's not to say he's like weak. He's just the average person when it comes to strength. Maybe you can even, what was my thinking with wisdom? He's got low wisdom because he's around like very loud compressed air all the time. So like maybe that's like his hearing is like bad because he's like constantly, it's like aeromancers are constantly under the pressure of very, very loud winds, so therefore they tend to be harder of hearing than the average wizard or something. I mean, that's just me spitballing. I'm so sorry I keep yawning. I'm not actually really tired, I'm just yawning. Wind Spring Step. Okay, for this, I wouldn't even put this as a trait. This is just taking up more space that you don't need to take up. I would just set his movement speed to 50. And then, like, if you really wanted to explain why he has 50 to, like, avoid scrutiny, you could, like, write in with a custom speed, like, why he has 50 feet of movement. But I wouldn't put this on here. This is just like taking up needless space. That's a formatting thing specifically. I would just like write something in their lore that says Wind Spring Step, the Aeromancers they can move they channel the wind energies to propel them forward when they walk. And then that maybe helps them move faster. But do you want me to change this as I criticize it, or do you want me to just talk about what I would change? Took some inspiration from airbenders for this one. Airbenders are cool. I like airbenders. Fair enough. I have to wait because there's a delay on the chat, so I say something and I have to wait for you guys to actually hear what I'm saying. Oh my lord. I can't stop yawning. Okay, well, you have the original, so I'm gonna change this as I go. And I'm gonna give you my... I see why your stat block's so damn long. Okay, so your second trait, the Aeromancer has a fly speed of 60 feet as long as it's moving. Okay, that one... if you're putting it on a trait, don't put it in the actual movement speed, because he's only getting his flying speed from this trait specifically. It seems weird, but I feel like also if you really want me to get on you, whose stat block are we looking at right now? We're looking at the Aeromancer stat block, right? So it's assumed that any trait on here is his. So you don't have to say his name. So you could just say has a flying speed of 60 feet as long as it's moving. There's some times where you do want to have the name in there if it's like a confusing ability. The Aeromancer has a companion, an animal companion of Sierra 1 or lower with a fly speed. I wouldn't put this as a trait either. I would just put this in like I would just have this off to the side somewhere. Like this would be in the lore section. Like if you're looking at a book like this, it's not gonna show up. It's gonna be all washed out because I have too much light in here. But like I would put this like up here, not on the stat block. So I'm going to take that out. And I would just say like, oh my god, I'm making everybody else fall asleep because I can't stop yawning. You could just put like flying friend. Like if you had a PDF for this character, you could just put flying friend and like, because they have bolded little talking points. I know you can't see this, but let me turn this off for a second. Like you could see they have, you still really can't see it, but you know what a monster manual looks like. Are you still listening to me, by the way? So yeah, that's just an example of why I would do that. So we're to take flying friend off. Oh, you weren't here this whole time. I'm just talking to myself, I guess. Shaking my damn head. SMH my head, man. YouTube froze up. Okay, so what I did was I removed 2 of your traits. 2 of those traits I would have just put in the side column, like off the stat block, like in the lore section. What did you say about Flying Friend and Sky's Blessing? So for those 2 traits, those are just taking up needless space on the stat block. And what I would do instead, like if you made a PDF for your creature, right? They have extra space like up here. That's where I would put something like Flying Friend and like the base walking speed trait. I wouldn't put those on the stat block because it just like, it's not that it's not relevant, but it's not relevant, if that makes sense. Like it's just taking up space, and you want to try to, especially with how long this stat block is, you want to try to save space anywhere you can. I did not get to the bonus action yet. I'm still going through your special traits. While wearing no armor, the Aeromancer's AC equals 10 plus their acrobatics mod. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so you're here now. You hear me talking to you, right? It's relevant to the flying friend. Commands its flying friend to perform one of the following actions. It can use a reaction. Okay. I guess you could do that, but I would still honestly, I would just reflavor that into like an ally or something, and then just put, like, you have that thing in the, like, I don't know if it would be called the appendices area, but let me see. Let me just open it up on stream, because that might make it easier. Okay, we'll open up by, like, oh shit. Okay, hold on a second. Do I have... Sorry, I'm looking for, hold on, let me just look up D&D 2014 Monster Manual. I would definitely, totally don't condone going on any flip to look up books, by the way. It's definitely probably not good. It's probably illegal, something like that. Something, good advice, don't do as I say, not as I do. Type of moment. Okay, so, like, for example, let me just look for something that has, I don't know, something that has a lot of different, just a good, like, natural example, maybe. There was somewhere, oh, let me look at demons, hold on. I just flipped to the back and I didn't need to do that. Okay, these don't have a sidebar, but hold on. There's a point, there's a method to my madness in a second. I will have an example for you. Okay, so, like, we'll just use, like, the Dryad, for example. Okay. So, I don't know if you're here listening to me, hopefully you are. What I would do for your stat block is, okay, so you have, let me turn this back on. You have the flying friend, and then you had the walking speed one. Instead of putting, like, flying friend on the stat block, I mean, I guess you can if you really want to. It's not like, I'll keep it on the stat block for now just in case, but honestly what I would do with this is I would just have this in, like, if you had a PDF for your creature, I would put that up here. I know there's an example of something like this where it says, like, they usually have this many creatures with them. It's the same concept with this trait right here. Like, this is just saying, like, the Aeromancer always has, like, X amount of CR1 creatures with it or something. And, like, that would normally not be on the stat block because that's not something that is relevant to, like, combat. Now, it is technically because you keyworded it with this command bonus action here, but I think you could end up saving space if you just reflavored command into, like, something else, like change the name of the ability or something and say, like, the Aeromancer, you know, probably say the same thing, this is like a differing opinion in design philosophy, I think. I don't think this is like necessarily wrong what you did here, but this is just like me looking at this and saying I wouldn't put this on the stat block, but that's just me. And then the second thing here, I don't think anything else is wrong. I get that I put it there because the fledgling had a familiar, so I wanted to give it an upgraded version. I see. Yeah, I haven't done... Oh shit. What just happened? Opera ran out of memory. What? My live stream chat probably just died. Am I still live? I've never had that happen before. That was weird. Still live, okay. Opera said I ran out of memory, and it just like every page just died all of a sudden. Happened to me too. What? There's a curse. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so here comes the formatting talk. So let's see here. Spellcaster uses int. Spell has 12 mana, regains all on long rest. Spells count as 5th level. Okay. So we have cantrips. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I see why. You might have problems. Okay, so whenever I tell you to put these in here, this is what I mean when I say put these in here. Let me see if this does anything. Okay, look at that. It moved everything back, so now it doesn't look weird. I think this is what you were trying to do before, where you're trying to get everything lined up. I think... And if you want to, like, indent them, I guess you could technically just do this with an invisible character, and then it'll move them up a little bit. So like if you want them up, but I mean it's up to you. It doesn't really, it's not like it's wrong either way. But whenever I tell you to put those in, that's what I mean, because these manually indent, and you want to have a space in between. Like because like before, I think you had it like this. It's probably hard to see because your Wi-Fi usually doesn't do so good, but that's how you want to do that. Indent on every line. If you want to like do like a chart like that and like have it all line up, put the arrow in there like that. Gale Blast. What am I looking at here? +7, 1 target, 60 feet. Stupid McDonald's Wi-Fi. Okay, this is a lot to look at here. Okay, because of how minor aerokinesis is, this is like a lot. Space. Trying to read. This is a lot to read all at once. Let me see here. We got a lot of individual things going wrong here. Where'd everyone go? Not too popular. I think it's more popular to stream on weekdays for me than it is on weekends. I think people are all like running D&D games on the weekends. That or nobody just wants to watch my live streams, which is also valid. Okay, so whenever you put these underscores in, to italicize something, if you're trying to italicize multiple things, I can zoom in too, because I don't know how well you can see this with your Wi-Fi, so let me zoom in very close so you can see what I'm doing. That's why we love you, Archivist. Okay, can you see what I'm typing on your laptop? Like, is it showing up for you? Yeah, everything's gonna be cut off though. Okay, so whenever you're doing the underline to italicize something, just make one gigantic italicized thing. Don't put multiple italicizing things in here, because that's how you end up getting. I'm in an ad again, bro. I should have never spoke up. Damn. Bludgeoning damage. Okay, so we want all that to be italicized according to what I'm seeing here. I have to zoom out a little bit because I need to be able to see what I'm doing, but so like if you're, I'm just gonna type it in the chat. So if you want to italicize, I can't spell italicize. How do you spell italicize? Italicize. Do one gigantic sentence and then put the bracket at the end. Whoops, like this. Instead, and I'll do an example of what not to do in chat instead of doing it like this. And the reason why you don't want to do it like that is because somewhere in there, inevitably you're going to end up putting one where one's not supposed to go, and then like you're gonna accidentally italicize like everything, and then you're gonna go crazy trying to figure out where you. Yeah, it also takes way too long. I would just do one whole thing. Like I always start my first one, like if you're typing this out, I always start my first one right at the beginning. So there would be the indent, the dot, and then my first italicizing line starts there, and then I do all the other stuff. One target 5 feet, one target 5 feet, and then I do semicolon that. I would just italicize the comments, because that's how I do it. I italicize the comments. So dumb of me. You are so harsh. DC 15 dex save. Let's see. Did I? Yeah, everything down here is italicized still. So there's like 18 italicizing things that I have to figure out which one is causing the italicizing thing. Alright, first things first. Let me separate all of this here. Alright, so minor aerokinesis, this is what I would do for this. Alright. Aeromancer can utilize cause up to 2 of the following effects at the same time. I would do it like that. Oh, believe me, Archivist, I know. Ironic, you asked me if I was ready to dunk on DM. But it is you who is being dunked on today. This is just like, a lot of this really isn't like the stat block has an issue. It's more so like the stat block just is not formatted in a neat way. So here's the problem that I see with this stat block right now is if you were to print this out and put it on a piece of paper and run this at a table, if it was the only creature that you had to worry about, it really wouldn't be that much of a problem. Like, you'll have a lot of options, but it wouldn't be that much of a problem. Now, if you had an Aeromancer, and then you had an Orc Claw of Luthic, and then a different type of Orc, or like, you have an aeromancer, and then a bear, and then a badger, and then another thing, and another thing. The aeromancer demands so much of your attention because it has so many different things that it can do. And then like everything's like super long. Like there's a lot going on. And it's not to say that I don't do this too, but okay, so this is how minor aerokinesis works, where it's just one cantrip that can do multiple things. Part of me would just say make minor aerokinesis the only cantrip, and then just say put something in there that it says instead of having Gale Blast and all this other stuff, just put this stuff in minor aerokinesis, so it's just all one ability. That's the only thing I could really think of, because I know what you're trying to do, and this is a very player coded spell with how this works. That's the problem with doing stuff that gives you multiple options, is it's a lot of options, which isn't a bad thing, because I know I always harp on people and say you need to have options in your creature stat blocks, but it's to an extent you want to have options, if that makes sense. Changes the air's temperature in a 30-foot space. Warm to cool, harmless. Create a haze, fog, or a mist. This is very, very player character coded. That's just the best way to describe it. It's player character coded. Whenever I do spells, I just kind of solely focus on is the thing useful in combat. Not that this is a bad thing. It's cool. It's a lot of stuff that you can do. I'm just trying to think of how I would. Also, what's going on down here? Spells. Okay, and then this thing too. You already say this in Spellcaster, so honestly this is kind of wasted words, but this is also all one gigantic run-on thing. I would separate each of these into their own abilities. I would do hold on, let me just as an example, I would do spells 1 mana, and then just have all the 1 mana spells in its own thing. Spells 1 mana, 1/mana, and then I'll just do that as a placeholder, and then I come here. Holy shnikes. He's stressing me out with this. And then you don't need to say that, because you might need an invisible character here, so I'll put one there just in case. Come back up to the top with this, just to show you what I'm talking about. And now, because I split that up, oh shit, hold on. That's him getting lost trying to find what I just did there. Where did it go? Right here. 1, 2. Okay, that should update it. Okay, yeah, so you do this a lot. You're stressed out. You're stressed out. Took me a week to get to where it's at now. Yeah, I could tell you worked on it hard, and it's not a bad stat block. It's just it does a lot. I personally would be overwhelmed looking at this on the table. Can't tell you how much back and forth I went on there. So okay, do you see what I mean? You probably can't see what I mean. Let me zoom in for you, old man. Okay, so I separated this. This isn't all one gigantic run-on ability like it is over here. Whenever you do this, you do all one gigantic thing. I separate all my things. So I have I have like my once per day spells, and then I start a second ability, 2 per day spells, and then I start a third ability, 3 per day spells. Arrow strike, melee weapon required. Okay, so like how attached are you to like arrow strike? Because he doesn't have a melee weapon on his stat block, so at that point you might as well just add another thing to fill in this blank space down here. Not sure why I kept them all in the same block. Well, it's okay, buddy. That's why I'm here. I'm here to roast you. Alright, so let me try to okay. I see some other stuff that's potentially confusing. You want to have these in here. Flings them out and reattaches them with magic. Clearly his fists are his weapons, brah. Oh yeah, I guess that's right. So technically you don't even need to say... I guess you do need to say melee weapon required. Honestly, like adding it to their equipment, like you already have like so much. This is when I say like you want to try to save on space wherever you can, it's for stat blocks like these. I'm going to... What am I gonna do with you? Hold on. Spells 1 mana. Alright, spells 2 mana. We're gonna try to break this up so that we can... okay, let me see here. Let me take this, we do that. Then we come down here, we go here. We do this. What's going on here with this formatting? Oh my lord, so many underscores. Driving me nuts. 10 foot dash radius like that. Come over
Saving money
here.
feels right. Just
Oh my
like when
God,
things
no,
are packed tight.
please. I don't have it in me to listen to ads. Okay. Windspring Geyser. All one thing. 10-foot radius. That's where we end it right there. Boom. Windspring Geyser like that. Take that out. 90 foot. It's 90 feet out. It's a 10-foot radius. DC 15 dex save. DC... Okay, hold on. I'm going to try to zoom in as much as I can so that I can see the whole box, but you can also see what I'm doing. Alright. I'm going to school you here. Even DM's not safe. It got difficult to make unique wind magic stuff. I'm not even worried about like what they do. I'm just saying like you're making it harder on yourself. Like, I want to see you try to make a Beholder stat block. Like, I feel like you'd lose your mind. Okay, so 2 lines here. You don't need 2 lines for this. Okay, DC 15 dex save. And then for me, I just do DC 15. I only bolt the dex. And I also don't do a semicolon like that. Hopefully you can see what I'm typing out right now. Okay, DC 15 dex save. Or... launched 60 feet, or launched 60 feet up, launched 60 feet upwards, and they take 6d6 fall damage. I would honestly just, I mean, like, fall damage is like its own thing. Lunge 60 feet upwards. Fall and fall fracture. What is fall fracture? Is that somewhere else on the stat block? Taking damage. When landing. Okay, hold on. Windspring Geyser. DC 15 dex save. I'm just trying to think how I can cut out some stuff. Hold on. I'm thinking now. Now you're frying my brain with this one. To have... I don't even think I need to say to have the damage because they just take regular fall damage because they're taking a d6 per 10 feet. And that's just regular base game rules, so you really don't even need to mention that when landing and is you're doing what I was doing when I first started doing special. Is fall fractured. Do something like that. We do a period. And then we do success. Or you do half damage on success. This is a very... Okay, so normally with how the one dude showed me in my comment section on how to do this would be DC 15 dex save to half 6d6 damage and resist fall fractured. I think that's actually the better way to say it. Okay, hold on. Okay, DC 15 dex save to have. Or I'll say to resist. What is the correct wording terminology? To resist being thrown 10 feet up. I'm sorry, thrown 60 feet upwards. And becoming fall fractured. Fall fractured when landing. And I think that's the most concise way to possibly say that. Unless you're like, I need the 6d6 in there to remind me how much damage somebody takes. But this says, like... I'm pretty sure this says everything. I'm almost 100% positive it says everything. Fall fracture is a condition that I made for broken legs that affects speed and whatnot. Yeah. So this is... It tells you how far away that the character is that has to make the save. It's a 10-foot radius. DC 15 dex save to resist being thrown 60 feet upwards and becoming fall fractured when landing. Hold on. Save to... upwards. Whenever they succeed, do they get thrown upwards, or do they get thrown upwards no matter what? Correct. Because how you worded it, it seems like no matter what, they get thrown upwards, and the save is just to take half damage. I honestly wouldn't even do half damage for this. Because how are they... They can't, like, if they're falling six... Like, because they can't have damage normally when falling. Like, as rules as written. Like if you're falling 60 feet, there's no save that you make for that. So I would just say it's a DC 15 dex save, or you get thrown upwards. So like the dex save is like the geyser appears, beneath your feet, and then like you dive out of the way to avoid it. Half damage would be the result of only going up 30 feet. I don't think did it say you go up 30 feet in the original? Am I losing my mind? Yeah, because it doesn't say anything about 30 feet in your version. Unless it did and I just missed it. No, it didn't. I see. It just seems kind of weird to do that, because how are they dexterously causing themselves not to go up 60 feet? I would just say like you either get launched or you get out of the geyser before you get launched, rather than overcomplicating it. And then like there is no halving the damage. Like it's just like you get tossed up. If you have a reaction to cast Featherfall on yourself, that's fine, but otherwise you just fly up and then hit the ground, because like normally you're falling, there's no save to halve your fall damage. I would just do that, because then that just makes it way simpler. In my opinion, that's what I would do. I don't know how you feel about that. I know you like to. That's a differing design opinion in my humble opinion. That's what I would do. Because if you're thinking about it, like you're on a bridge, it's 60 feet up, somebody kicks you off, you don't get to make a dex save to like land better or something. I see it as you're diving to the edge of the funnel, so you're getting out halfway up. Yeah, I guess you could do it like that. I think it's just simpler if you just like say, hey, you dodge out of the way. It would make it, you'd be able to word it more concisely if you did it the other way. Otherwise, I don't really know how to. DC 15 dex save or launched 60 feet upwards. Oh boy. Okay. I'm used to AoE spells dealing half damage on success. I mean, with this, like, narratively speaking, for me, how I picture it is, it's like, if you're caught in that, like, even if it's like, oh, your lower body's caught, so you only go halfway up, I would just see it as, like, it's a burst of incredibly strong wind that just throws you upwards. And it's like, you either get out of the burst of wind, or you get sucked into it, to just make it easier. Because like trying to say like, oh, you either go up 30 feet or you go up 60 feet, it just seems like too much. Save to. I wish I knew. What's the opposite of Control Z? How do you go forward? Control Y. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Doesn't work. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Caleb casually driving me actually insane with his wording on his abilities. I'm not super attached to the half damage. I was just saying that's what I'm used to. Well, you know what? Get unused to it. No, I'm just kidding. If you want, like, you could just make this deal more damage to counteract the fact that, like, if you succeed, you just take no damage. Just have it launch somebody like 90 feet in the air or something. Dex save. Do they land prone also? Let me read your condition. Taking fall damage. I honestly don't even want to say taking fall damage, but flung 60 feet in the air. You brought this upon yourself. Yeah, I know. I did. Okay. Being flung 60 feet in the air. Landing, we're just gonna say landing prone. And becoming fall fractured. That just makes the ability so much more simple. Launch 60 feet over. And then you can use like DM Fiat to be like, oh, you only got flung up 30 feet because you're dexterous or whatever. Just go. Here it is. Okay, I need to zoom out. Okay. That was the only 2 mana spell. Okay, so taking fall fractures. Like becoming fall fractured. What does it do? I don't think you sent it to me. Fall fractures. Taking fall fractures. Holy shnikes. I'm losing it. I couldn't find it, unfortunately. Gave up that quick, eh? This is going to become the stream of Anthony fixes Caleb's stat blocks for the next 4 hours. Alright, hold on. So, aerokinesis is a type of magic, basically. Otherwise, I was going to say, just make aerokinesis like its own separate thing. It's so far back in the chat. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, you said these guys are like wizards, so they're not like sorcerers. If they were like sorcerers and they were just like born with aerokinesis, if they're like an airbender, I think it actually would make more sense if they were like sorcerers rather than wizards, because that would be more like they were born with this ability to do this. But that's just my opinion. That's just me arguing semantics in a fantasy world. Let me get on to 3 mana now. I found that it's too late. I stopped caring. No, I'm just Okay, hold on. Spells. I need to do a 3 mana. Okay, hold on a second. What do we got going on here? Holy shnikes, brother. 3 mana. Oh no, we got another chart spell coming up. Oh god. Oh god. What is this? What am I looking at? Okay, let me see. Let me see what's going on here. Let Papa DM see. I feel bad. I didn't think my stat block would be this much of a pain. It's not really like it's not a bad thing. You seemed so happy at the start of the stream. I still am happy. I get like I'm focused is what I'm like, because I'm trying to read like what you're going for, and like this is why I don't normally make a lot of stat blocks on stream, because I focus and like I don't really say much, but I'm trying to also talk at the same time. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Concentration, 10 minutes, 20 feet. So when I do like 20-foot radius, I do 20-foot dash radius, and then semicolon and bracket. The Aeromancer is surrounded by protective winds that provides. Okay, come down here, do this, do this. I see what you did. You put invisible characters to tab inwards. You cheeky bastard. Oh, I got the hiccups now. Oh my god. Okay. Unfortunately, with the nature of this... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I can. Hold on. I'm about to butcher your stat block here in a second, so... Now's the time to cry if you were going to cry. Alright, so I'm going to remove all of that. I'm going to do this. It's going to make this smaller. Okay, I'm going to move these over. Oh my god, look at that. We just shrunk. DM, has DM crashed out yet? I've been crashing out this whole time. Better make him review something else to push him over there. Okay, yeah, this is tier 2. Okay, so here's what you need to do. You need to take out like half of these abilities, and you need to save them for the higher tiers, I think. Like, I think that would help out. You don't want the tier 2 stat block to be this big. I can try to, like, I'll show one of my stat blocks as an example. Hold on. I think my Necromancer is like the most recent example of... Actually, we'll look at my life domain. Okay, so my life domain cleric stat block. Okay, this is the tier 2 one. This is all I put on the stat block. So he has 3 cantrips. He has 5 spells total. Okay, so he has 5, 6, 7, 8 spells, but they're all very condensed, and they're all as like easy to read as possible. If I were you, what I would tell you from like me to you, try to get your stat block to this size for tier 2. Now, the higher up you go, it's going to get bigger because it has to in 5e. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to keep up with how strong player characters get, unless you're like, you know, throwing multiple Aeromancers at them. But this goober is weak. No, he's actually pretty strong. He heals a lot. So like looking at both of these, like at a glance, would you rather look at this stat block or would you rather look at this stat block? No, he weak. Trust. Don't start with your shit, because I'll start roasting your stat block too. I'm just kidding. I think like emphasis on like trying to make things like easy on the eyes at a glance. Like that's a big thing with me. I think we're getting somewhere, but like for this guy, like honestly, it's controversial, but like I almost just want to say like minor aerokinesis is his only cantrip, and then I would put a way for him to damage something in minor aerokinesis, and then like just cut all this other stuff out. Also, because action economy helps, they only get to use one ability at a time. I'm a fan of long form content, so I don't have as big of an issue with a big stat block. Well, that's fine. And it's like, yeah, it's not a bad thing. I mean, you're not making these for other people. Like whenever I make stat blocks, I'm making them for all of you guys to use. So I have to try to be somewhat efficient with my space usage. I mean, I shrunk your stat block already by doing what I was doing. There's stuff on here that I could try to reword still, but you have your player coded spells on here that you like, so I don't want to like ruin your hopes and dreams by telling you to remove these because they're too player coded. I've wrecked DM so much he's drinking water over Dr. Pepper. My Dr. Pepper's like flat now. I'm trying to stay hydrated. My mental energy is dying. I'm definitely taking out the summon ability. There's a summon ability. Summon Sky Guardian. Oh, the Wind Elemental. Yeah, I would save that for tier 3 and 4. Like the 4 and 5 mana stuff. This guy's tier 2. I would honestly say like take his spells up to like maybe 3 mana spells, and then like 4 mana and 5 mana spells. Save, like you go to tier 3, then you have 4 mana spells now. Then we get to tier 4, that's where like the big shit is. So then that stat block has like the merit to be really long. Like because it's going against 20th level characters, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20th level characters. More recently I'm trying to use less spells but just make them more effective. So basically, and you still have a copy of this on your end, so basically what I would do, and this is going to be controversial here, spells, 4 mana. How did that even happen? I didn't do that, did I? Oh, that was you that did that. I would take that out. Clears up a lot of space on the stat block. This guy's tier 2, so the highest CR that he could be, technically speaking, would be CR 10, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check sometimes myself. Yeah, so CR 10 would be the highest. I would also, honestly, this is like just what I want to do. As DM Dungeon Mastery, this is what I want to do. I want to take this whole thing out, make this not a cantrip, but just make this a thing called like minor aerokinesis that like he can just use, and it's not a cantrip, it's its own separate thing. So like this can't be countered by anything, and then you have the cantrips still, and that way this box will shrink, and then you can move stuff around more, versus like it's all this whole thing, and wherever this thing goes it has to bring everything with it, versus like you cut it in half and now you can move this separately while this stays here. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It makes sense in my brain. Because now we got this awkward thing going on here where half the... Because you could probably just have minor aerokinesis on one page. So we'll just call it like aeromancy. And then I'm going to take all this other shit here. I'm going to cut this out. We're going to do this. This becomes its own thing. I'm going to move this up here. Boom, boom, boom. Now we're going to go to our cantrips. We're going to take this out of here. We're going to condense our cantrips down. Read over your cantrips to make sure these are formatted properly. I'm seeing some issues here. One target, 5 feet. Okay, you got some stuff good here. Windspring escape. I would put self. And then I would just... What? So he erupts into the sky with a burst of wind. All creatures within 5 feet must make a save or be knocked prone. Hear me out. What if we just did this? We do self, comma 5 foot radius, 5 feet. Shit, how would I do this? Because it's not a radius. I don't think you could have a 5 foot radius in 5e. So I'm getting an F. No. No, I just think you had too much shit on this stat block for a tier 2. Still going strong. Yeah, I'm losing my energy slowly but surely. Caleb is driving me insane. Not really. Not really. I enjoy helping people, and it's fun to show other people how I do stuff. Okay, +7. Instead of +7, we do whiz attack, or I'm sorry, we do int attack, so it auto calculates for us, so that carries over. And for this, you don't even need to do one target. Actually, you just need to do int attack, comma. One target, 5 feet. Okay, so this forces a saving throw. You don't even need to say makes a. Just say DC 15 dex save, or is pushed back 45 feet. Strong is a strong word. Say XD. Caleb, I hope you're paying attention to everything I'm saying. You're not just you're not just ignoring me. I'm just kidding. Is a 5 foot radius a thing in 5e? That's not a thing, right? Each creature within 5 feet. We're just gonna do that. Okay. He erupts into the sky. Roll a spellcasting check. The Aeromancer flies 4 times the result of the check, taking no opportunity attack. Okay, that's not a bad ability. That's cool. Okay, DC each creature within 5 feet. All right. Now, each creature within 5 feet, DC 15 dex save, or knocked prone. Period. Roll a spellcasting check. The Aeromancer flies 4 times the result of the check. Take no opportunity check. I think that's good, just like that. Boom. Okay, shrunk the stat block even more. Bam. That's a tier 2 creature right there. If there is, then I can just say Oh, that's... Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. It's like Blade Storm or something. Let me see. Blade... I thought it was... I could have sworn it was Blade Storm. And it makes things fall prone, doesn't it? If I'm thinking of the correct ability. You're entering the Twilight Zone. Why? What's the Twilight Zone? My personal hell, fixing Caleb's stat blocks for 24 hours straight. No. What is this ability called? I know this. I thought I could have put money on it that it was called Blade Storm. It's something that Eldritch Knights get it. Am I losing my damn mind? Eldritch Knight? It's not an Eldritch Knight specific thing, right? I remember taking it on my Eldritch Knight. Okay, we'll go to the wizard spell list. Green Flame Blade. It's not Green Flame Blade. Sapping Sting. This is what it is. No, it's not. I lied. Although that is what I was thinking of. Sword Burst? This is it. Sword Burst. I knew it had something to do with swords. Okay, yeah. That's a 5-foot radius. Okay. So I can say that. I can legally say that. It's an actual word. Alright, so now I'll cut this down even more. I'll just say 5-foot radius. 5-foot radius. Dash radius. DC 15. Whoops. DC 15 dex. Archivist, I hope you're here and I hope you're paying attention for whenever you become a forever DM. Or knocked prone, period. And then the second part of this starts, and then instead of a period here, I would just put a semicolon like that. Doesn't that look better? There's so much more like it's everything's at a glance now. I am not here. And you still have the original stat block, right? So like if you don't like anything that I just changed, you can change it. You also have a little tiny incy bit of room here to add a melee weapon so that your arrow strike works. So now I need to cut back on the fledgling. It has 3 mana spells. Yeah, for like the low level guys, like just give them like 3 cantrips, 2 spells, or 3 cantrips and a spell. That's what I would do for like a tier 1 spellcaster. 3 cantrips that give it some sort of versatile thing it can do, or maybe even 4 cantrips. One of them is like a utility cantrip, and then 1 spell that like. But you're doing mana cost, so yours is actually a little bit more in depth than mine. What's up, Jay? Welcome back. Teaching stream here. I'm teaching this young man how to not make stat blocks that are yeah, I just gutted his stat block and took out like half of it. I wanted to work on one of my ideas that I had, but I have to help my son here. Otherwise, what kind of DM dungeon mastery would I be? I think I figured out part of the issue. So, let me load your stat block back up and like look at the difference between the two of these, and I just want to like kind of, as an example, okay. This is most of this issue with the original is formatting, but also I think you have way too much shit that this can do for a, yeah, I mean, just try to look at them as just spellcasters. Okay, so this is yours, this big one right here. I have to zoom out just so you can see it. Okay, and then there's mine. And then tier 3 would probably look like this. I would even say for also keep in mind, I'm gonna send this to you now. I seen you had like 5 iterations of this. I'm gonna send this to you. Look at what I did with aerokinesis, or aeromancy, sorry. And make that like a separate thing rather than like a spell. That's like my idea to like shrink the stat block up. But other than that, the way you do mana, I like the way you do mana. I actually think I might want to try to do that myself. Did you type this out manually? You typed all this out manually, didn't you? I would put spellcasting here, not spellcaster, but that's also me. I'm just nitpicking at this point. And for yours, since you're doing mana costs, I would say spells count like as the level. They count as the level of whatever the spell costs in mana to cast. I just said that in a really roundabout way. But good lord, I don't want to hear whatever that ad is. Grammarly. I was really happy with my essay. Aw, thanks, man. I was really happy that the mana thing was well received. Sorry, I'm reading your other thing that you just sent. I was gonna respond to that, but I got lost. I figured it out. I was looking at these as bosses in the sense that they fight alone. I wasn't looking at it as having multiple of the same creature. Ah, thanks, man. I was really happy the mana thing was well received. Yeah, no problem. I think this is a better. This is kind of a more streamlined way to do the spellcasting rather than just doing the like 2 per day stuff is good until you start getting into like, oh, he has like 7 spells, because then it's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. It's like, oh, he can cast 14 spells a day, and that's like so much to keep track of. I think mana would make it better. So this is actually like more efficient than mine. It's just that I format differently than you do. Anyways, I am going to do something that I want to do now, because it's my turn. I seen something in the 4th edition Monster Manual the other day that gave me an idea for swarms, and I want to try to test it out with everybody's input while I'm screwing with the stat block here. Is only fair I get to terrorize you next time. Yeah, your stat block is honestly though, like, yours is like it's very clean. I have to commend you on that, because you made a really, really big stat block, but it's clean. Teachings of a 28-year-old loser who plays D&D. You guys all listen to me. How is it almost 11? It's 11:46, and I'm so sweaty, dude. That sound was my foot dragging off my chair. It wasn't me farting. Dude, it's so fucking hot in here. Ugh. Wait, I didn't get a grade? Okay, so the original or the one that I have? Because I think this is an A. If you just had less shit on the stat block, it's an A. If you did it just like this, it's an A. The original, The original, because just like it's visually overwhelming to look at with just how you had it. This would be another C. Just because like there's so much shit going on. It's hard to like. This is like Santa stat block territory. And this is only a tier 2, so it's like if you got up to tier 4, this thing would be like fuck, you'd have to like fucking scroll 800 feet just to get to the bottom. But I think like with the changes that I made, it's still the same creature. It's just like this is way easier on the eyes for me to look at like this. So like this, I would give this like an A, because like it's a creative creature. It's an aeromancer, so he uses aeromancy. It's a cool. I like that. I like pyromancers. I like hydromancers. I like stuff like that. It's very interesting. I actually had a really good idea for hemomancers. So I'm gonna have to redo my hemomancers because I had a crazy idea. It's not really crazy, but it's a pretty interesting idea. Alright, let me go pee real quick. I'm gonna put the stream on the waiting screen, the be right back screen. I don't think this actually works. Hold on. Okay, no, that screen doesn't work. So let me do BRB right here, because I just want to go pee real quick. Actually, hold on. I'll just keep this screen up. In terms of the conceptualization of things, did you like them? I did. As soon as once we were able to separate this from the cantrips, I liked it better, because then this feels more like it's a natural ability that the aeromancer has. But like again, I think anything that is a mancer works better as a sorcerer, because that implies like they were born with the ability to control those elements, rather than like a wizard learns and studies how to become a pyromancer. I think it's cooler when you're like, oh, you just like, you're born and you accidentally burn your house down one day, and then like you find a mentor that teaches you to. But necromancers, though, I guess you're right, necromancy isn't the same. I guess that destroys my whole argument there. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. I just have to go pee real quick. What did you think of the original, Jay? I feel you 100% on the sorcerer thing, though. Yeah. I guess maybe it depends. If it's for, like, the elements, I would say sorcerer makes more sense. So if it's, like, earth, air, fire, water, I think sorcerer makes more sense. Because I'm just thinking, like, Avatar. The Last Airbender, not the Blue People Avatar. Okay, anyways, I want to try to do something. This shouldn't take me long, but I want to try to work on something I had an idea for. Abernathy Shield Mage. I was absent. I missed the whole shebang. It was big. It was really big. I need to find... I think my bloaters were the last time I made a swarm, actually. Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see here. What the hell? Oh, this is the individual one. Okay. That's why I was confused. Okay, here we go. That's what I cared about most. Actually, let me... Too many ideas bouncing around in my head. Let me get back to my... What is the most recent Horde stat block that I have done? Horde. I know what it is. Null. It's a null. Where is that? Right here. Okay. I realize now that some needed to be saved for a different tier, but I think they were good in concept. Yeah, there was nothing wrong with like the spells. The spells were cool. I just think you have too many on like a lower level stat block. Personally, that's what I think. Okay, so my idea here, we're gonna make these vulnerable. We're gonna keep all that stuff. I want to stunned unconscious. I don't think swarms should make attack rolls. And this is gonna piss off players that have a very high AC. Because I had a dwarf in my OG 5e game that had very high AC. And I can hear his voice in the back of my head yelling at me as I'm about to conceptualize this. Why is this doing this? Okay. I don't know if Say's here. She would probably laugh because she knows who I'm talking about. I'm glad to have had this discussion with how strong the Aviator was getting. I was worried about power creep, wasn't sure how I was going to level up the Tempest. And Wind Lord without it getting really stupid. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, whenever you it's hard when you have a lot of ideas and you want to, you just want them all to come to fruition. Okay, hold on. I need to show where I got this idea from. Okay, the Demonomicon. Now this is all going to be foreign to you average 5e players. You're not going to have any idea what I'm looking at. I need to find this creature. I don't even remember what it's called. I just seen it in here though. Okay, I'm gonna flip over here. And we're gonna go backwards. Oh, is it this one? Oh, that's another good idea. For real, because I end up just making single boss encounter type guys. Yeah, it is very, very... It's hard because you're like, this makes sense. Like, for the giants, like, that's my problem with giants, is because it's like, it makes sense for them to have a fist and a stomp attack and attacks with their weapons, and they can pick you up and they can rip you in half, but like, you have to try to within reason. Not have them be so big that it's like overwhelming to run. They had Wendigos in D&D? That's actually pretty nuts. That's pretty sick. Why is 4E actually like... 4E's actually so fucking based, bro. All around vision. Enemies can't gain combat advantage by flanking. That doesn't matter. That's an optional rule in 5E. Where is this thing at? If you ever want to get ideas for things, 4E has some of the coolest creature designs. Like, period. Okay, here we go. This thing right here. This gave me so many ideas for a swarm. So, I don't know if I'm misinterpreting this, but swarm attack. Any enemy that starts its turn within the aura just takes 10 damage. I have an idea to do that, and on top of that, they have an ability they just use as an action where they just do damage to you. So that was my idea. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to keep this on so I can look at it. For you guys, it would be like that. Well, I can't move it proper, but okay, anyways, let me go back here. So I need to update the wording on swarm. It has to be something like this. It needs to say swarm. And I need to not have so many special traits that it's ridiculous. Okay, can occupy, non-swarm. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys this. Do you think a swarm should be able to occupy another swarm's space? Like a swarm of insects. I don't think there's a problem with that. Can occupy other creatures' spaces and pass through openings large enough for a tiny beast. The more, the better for when I cast Fireball. Can't regain or gain temp HP. Is immune to effects that alter its form and effects targeting only a single creature, such as the Dominate monster spell. Have no effect on the swarm. Swarm. Okay. That's the actual swarm ability, and I don't think I'm gonna give them attack rolls. I don't think it makes sense for swarms to have attack rolls. I think they should just damage you every turn. Am I wrong? Am I controversial for saying that? Now I just need to come up with a name for how this works. And I also need to come up with the damage. And I also need to come up with the bloodied. What is half of 22? Calculator, please. Calculator. 22 divided by 2 is 11. Thanks for the help, chat. Okay, bloodied. Bloodied 11. Gonna do this. Maybe one enthusiastic guy hits you with a brick occasionally. What the hell are you talking about? I get hit with a brick every time Caleb sends me a stat block. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, lol. Omega lol. Okay. How do I make this work? How do I make this work? Okay. Swarm. I don't know if I just call this like biting aura. Just kidding, LOL. I heard pain in that voice. No, surely not. I only jest. What is this called? Swarm attack? Vile infestation? Okay, we'll just do this. Infestation. We're just gonna call it like that. Infestation. Go make a spellcaster stat block. Infestation. I'm thinking. How do I want to word this? Any creature that starts its turn in the swarm's space takes, and then we're going to do this because this is where I need to do the action. Do I call this a swarm attack? I make a spellcaster, I get demonized. I'm not demonizing you, I'm just joshing you. This is 0 feet. Swarm. See, this is where I'm gonna get caught and spend way too long trying to figure out what to name this because I want it to sound cool. Swarming bites. What type of weapon class do I make a swarm of insects biting attacks? I guess just natural weapons. Also, I need to take... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, how does the Marut? Oh, hold on, how does the Marut do it? Stat block. I need to see this. I think it just says it auto hits, right? Automatic hit. Absolutely. Absolutely primo. Automatic hit, comma, 0 feet. Stop at that one target shit. Get that garbage out of my face. We gotta go bam, like this. And then we put that there. We go wham, wham. Give me RPG sounding names for a swarm of insects biting you. Wave of pain, sea of teeth. Wait till you see my super non-traditional hag stat block with underscores around every word. Yeah, that would, I think, that might send me, that might be my 13th reason why. And lots of lists. She can break a mirror. If she breaks a mirror, you either fall prone. If you get 5 or less, you fall prone. If you get 2 or less, you also break your leg. If you get 3 or less, you also... Average Caleb stat block. Painful bites. Like, I feel like painful bites makes sense, but like also it's just so generic. But I also don't want to go too crazy and make it sound like too insane. Then Alright. How did I do it on this? How did I start wording it on this horde stat block? Okay, so it was 48 piercing, or if bloodied, 2d8 piercing damage. I could have sworn I started changing how I worded this. Did they have minions for like individual insects in 4E? That's a J question. He's a minion expert. Dude, my fucking nose is... I feel like hair in it. Like it's like cat hair, but there's nothing there. I'm losing my mind. Okay, so painful bites. 4d4 piercing. Or piercing damage, comma. Nope, piercing damage. If bloodied. You guys should be like freaking out. You're watching the master do his work. STR 2d4 piercing damage. Okay. And swarm attacks, I guess. Oh, what did I do? I didn't do this. Baba Booey. Alright, so... Okay, so... Soy faces at screen poggers. It compartmentalizes things nicely for my brain. Frenzied bites. Suspicious how once he finishes my stat block, the viewer count grows because they want to see me do a stat block. No. Okay, so look, listen. This is what I'm trying to do here. Okay, I don't want this to be minus. I think this actually. Do horde stat blocks use strength? Swarm stat blocks just don't use modifiers for their damage. That's interesting. Wizards of the Coast are some weird dudes. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess I'll copy that format then. That's fine. I understand, but also it's like, I don't know. That's fine. Okay, so look. My Giga brain is formulating this, okay? The hardest thing, the dumbest thing about swarm stat blocks is they're supposed to represent a swarm of insects and how they can get into everything and then they crawl up into your armor and they bite you. But how they currently function is they have no attack bonus, they never hit anything because like they just cannot hit a paladin who has like 27 AC. That makes no sense. Okay, it's dumb. Swarms are broken. They don't work right, in my opinion. So, what I'm thinking, okay, I had the idea originally for the infestation mechanic, and I like the infestation mechanic. But now with this, I think this even makes them function. I'm not using proper English. This makes them function even better because I think you start your turn in the swarm space, you take the bite damage. It just auto bites you, and it auto bites you no matter what. So they just do automatic damage. But swarms are incredibly slow, you know. Like now, imagine like a swarm of rats. Okay, hold on. I'm all over the place. Okay, infestation. I need to make sure this isn't too wordy. Any creature that starts its turn in the swarm space don't want to say is hit by its bite attack. I just want to say, how do I want to say this? How do I want to say this, chat? Here, I'm making the screen bigger so you old men can see the... Did this get bigger? What the hell happened? Do you feel me? Do you feel what I'm... Are you feeling it? You guys should be getting like incredibly excited. I'm having another breakthrough for how a stat block can work. You should be actually losing your minds right now. Any creature that starts its turn in the swarm space is bit? How do I want to word this? Is auto hit? I honestly, I don't even want to say automatic hit. I want to say auto hit. We're just gonna say auto hit. Auto dash hit. I know that's like kind of, it sounds unprofessional, but you know me, I'm not very professional. Any creature that starts its turn in the swarm space is auto hit by its swarm attack. Okay, hold on a second. So I got that. Take this off. That alone, that's a revolutionary change. Okay, swarms now, they just auto hit you. Now the only thing where this can get a little weird is like swarms of insects auto biting a Tarrasque, but the Tarrasque also has a damage threshold with how I do it. So if I go back and I redo all my giants, because it doesn't make sense that like these should never be able to kill a hill giant. It doesn't make any sense. So I think I'm actually onto something. Now, what I want to also do is let me bring up my blood bloaters again. Are you guys paying attention to me or no? I need to bounce my ideas off of you. Okay, here's my blood bloater. Okay, so alright, if we look at my blood bloater stat block, alright. I had this infestation where, and I like how this works, but I think this is like too wordy. So essentially what it's stating is it kind of works the same way, but it doesn't work the same way as what I just added. So when these move into a creature's space that is small or larger, because it shouldn't be able to infest other tiny creatures, I feel like. But they stay latched onto you, and then like you're just taking damage, like free damage every turn until you like get the insects off of you. And this is how rock grubs work. But rock grubs burrow into your skin. Alright, I missed it again. It's my birthday, I'm busy. What can I say? What'd I miss? Okay, so I'm trying to revolutionize a swarm stat block, and I actually need to bounce ideas off people. Okay, so currently, this is how I'm doing it. Alright. So, swarm attacks, they just auto-hit you. They don't have to make attack rolls. And then they deal they do the damage the same way that the regular swarm does. They just deal 4d4 piercing damage. And then they take 2d4 piercing damage if they're bloodied. But if you start your turn in the swarm space, they auto-bite you again. Or, technically, if you start your turn in the swarm space, they auto-bite you. And then if you don't move out, they're going to they're going to auto bite you on their turn. They also have reactive, so you run out of their attack of opportunity range, they auto bite you. Take 4d4 piercing damage. I'm like super excited about this. I just need to figure out how to make this less overwhelming. DM is still on swarms for some reason. I'm making actual scientific breakthroughs for this game right now, and you're not respecting me. Nobody else has done this. Nobody else has given swarms the Marut's auto attack ability but me. Except they kind of did it in 4th edition, but not really. If I wanted to really be weird about it, I would just say you just take a flat amount of damage every time a swarm bites you. Like, oh, you just take 10 damage if you start your turn in the swarm space. So you're going for burrowing creatures. No, not burrowing creatures like a rock grub, but more so like, so let's say I'm trying to just make a flat blanket change to all swarm stat blocks, specifically the insects right now, because it's like you run into the spider swarm, they start biting you, and then you run out of their space. They're not all just gonna fall off of you as you run out of their space. So I think like there should be some that stay on you, and then like you just keep taking continual damage until like you start pulling them off of you or something. And this way it makes swarms like really deadly, but like they're still easily, like you can blow them up with area of effects and stuff. And then like if you make the swarm bigger, you know, the damage is going to go up, and then they're going to be able to auto hit like the whole party, which the players are going to cry and whine about it, but I don't care what the players feel like. This is for me. My OG thing was when the swarm moves into a small or larger creature space, or it starts its turn there, if the swarm is not bloodied, it infests the target, or it may infest the target, and then you'd roll a die to determine how many creatures are infesting it. It's not okay, so it's like it's not bad, but like I feel like it's like I don't know if it's too much. Lingering insects or something. Lingering. This is subject to change, but I just want to put this on the stat block. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. Okay, it's auto hit by one of its swarm attacks. Son of a bitch. Put that there. Essentially what I'm just trying to go for like that. Okay, you fell into a pit full of scorpions or something. Okay, you start your turn there, they hit you automatically. You're trying to climb out of the pit, you can't get out of the pit. It's the scorpion swarm's turn. They auto bite you, that's their turn. Comes back around to you. You climb out. I think he's just stalling so he doesn't have to start the Dragons But Better series. No, I'm not. No, I'm chasing my inspiration. I'm inspired with this right now. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Okay, you're stuck in a pit, scorpions. Okay, now you climb out of the pit, but you were just in a swarm of scorpions, and they were surrounding your body. There should still be lingering scorpions on you that just continually sting you until like you're hit with like an AoE attack, or like you manually start removing them. That's what this lingering parasites thing is supposed to represent. So this will, what I want is like, I want these things here, I want all 4 of these traits to be on every single swarm stat block. Like every single one. That's something I have this is something I have for a swarm I made. It would definitely make rot grubs even deadlier than they already are. I actually made this on Blood Bloater stat block a while ago, but this is a little bit, it's not really messy, but I am trying to do something streamlined with swarms, because I really like swarms a lot. I don't use them enough because like they're just useless in the base game. Like they're completely fucking useless. Like they're so weak compared to what they should be. I just like I can hear the voices of the 27 AC dwarf paladin fighter players screaming at me because they're mad that I made the bite attacks an auto hit. They're like, bro, I have 27 AC. They can't get into my armor and just hit me. That doesn't make any sense. If the target is a creature, carrion mites burrow into its body. The creature takes 2d8 piercing damage to start its turn. Any creature can use its action to remove or kill the mites. Yeah, that's kind of what this is doing, but I'm trying to streamline it. Because currently how I have it is when they leave and they infest you, or there's like they're lingering on you, the swarm loses HP. But I don't know if I should just like fuck it, take that off. Like a couple insects leaving the swarm and staying on you, maybe that shouldn't reduce the swarm's hit points. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I might as well just say, like, the swarm doesn't lose hit points. Because it's, I guess, supposed to be representational of, like, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. If, like, 3 centipedes leave the swarm and, like, stay on your body, I don't think that should reduce the hit points. Maybe. The only time it doesn't make sense is in, like, a weird case scenario where, like, you know, there's like a hill giant and he gets covered in like 1,000 like scorpions or something. But that's like a super weird edge case. I think the reaction is a bit redundant. Wait, do I have a reaction in here? You mean the reactive trait? I think this makes sense because it's like the group as a whole can, like, if you run in and out of their thing multiple times in a round, they can keep biting you. I want to keep this for sure. I don't want to take this out. I need to think of how I need to reword this. Okay. When the swarm moves into a small or larger creature space or starts its turn there. Brain's not functioning. Okay. When the swarm hits with an attack. Yeah, I think that could work because of I have infestation. Any creature that starts its turn and the swarm's space is auto hit. Yeah. Oh, man. Although this might be pretty mean. Actually, no, I don't know. Okay, hold on. The swarm hits with an attack. And yeah, if it's not bloodied. Maybe I should say if the swarm... I should start off with that. If the swarm is not bloodied. I don't know if I should have, like, prerequisite. Prerequisite. I just want to see something. I just want to see what this looks like. Prerequisite. I'm going to say the swarm is not bloodied. And then we're going to go period. When the swarm hits with an attack. When the swarm hits a small or larger creature with its swarm attack. So it plays off your reactive thing. Now everybody has them all over them. Yeah, I like that, actually. Prerequisite, the swarm is not bloodied. When the swarm hits a smaller or larger creature with its swarm attack, it may infest. How do I want to say this? Because I already have a keyword infestation, so I don't know if I want to say infest on a different ability. It may break. Can you guys hear me? I accidentally unplugged my mic. Okay, yeah, it's working now. It said Windows was like, your USB device has not been recognized, and I was like, what are you talking about? Okay, so it plays off the reactive thing. Now everybody has them all over them. Simplify it too. Like, fuck the if the swarm is not bloodied thing. They're a massive swarm until they're not. You think? I only do stuff like this because I feel like players become argumentative about shit like this, and I feel like this, like, kind of quells their animosity when they're like, this is fucking bullshit, like, dude, like, they're just auto-hitting me, it's not fair, bro. I'm always, like, trying to, like, please everybody, but still making it deadly. Like, bro, like, I have a 27 AC, bro. Like, they're just able to auto-hit me? That's so bullshit. Yeah, they are able to auto-hit you, because your armor doesn't matter, because they can crawl into your armor. Nah, it's a huge swarm, and then eventually when it reaches 0 HP, the rest scatter or whatever. Fuck that. They stay on you until you pull them off. That's what I say. Let me see what it looks like with the prerequisite first, and if it looks clunky, I'm just going to take it off. I just want to see what it looks like with it on there first. Okay, so the swarm hits a small or larger creature with its swarm attack. It may attach, okay. It may attach. What the fuck do I say? It may attach pieces of itself? That doesn't sound right. It may attach. It may latch insects. This needs to be like stat block agnostic language. It may latch itself. That doesn't make sense either because it's a group of things. I don't want to say it may break off pieces of itself because it's too many words. Fuck me, dude. Why am I bad with word? Me no know how to word. Okay, wait a minute. It may... A mass of insects latch. Okay, that's not bad. It may... A mass of insects. Yeah, because now it doesn't make sense for it to be optional because there's no downside to it. A mass of insects latch. That'll have to be changed for every swarm because it won't always be insects. But we'll do it for now. A mass of insects latch. I'll see if ChatGPT maybe can somehow use a creature as agnostic term. It's swarm attack. A mass of insects latch equal to I guess 1d4, right? Equal to 1d4. Okay, let me see. Infesting creatures automatically fail saving throws and can be individually targeted. Maybe I don't want to say a mass of insects. Maybe I just want to say... It can be stat block specific once he does that. 1d4 rock grubs bro. Yeah, I was just trying to see if I could make this agnostic so that if I wanted to copy paste this on everything, I guess it's really not that much work to just change like a couple names in here. A massive insects latch equal to 1d4. It'd be kind of funny if it was equal to the amount of damage dealt, but that I feel like that's too mean. And then you're just taking that damage at the start of every turn. Although that DM Dungeon Mastery, more like DM lazy. I am lazy. It's not lazy, it's being efficient, actually. Okay, a massive insect's latch equal to 1d4. And then we say the insects auto fail saves and can be individually targeted. Each point of damage removes one infesting mass. And then I do 2 in an area of effect. I really want to say AoE, but I know there are people out there that have no idea what that means, so unfortunately I can't say that. I have to word this as if the person reading this is an absolute moron. Because, like, I have to send this to somebody who doesn't know what the hell this is, and then if they don't understand it, then it's worded too complicated. Removing them manually takes 6 seconds per mass. I think I took out how they damage you. Oh, I know what I did. Okay, this is why this doesn't make sense. Because I had on here, they take damage per every creature attached to them. So maybe I should just do... I'm going to have to change the bite up. Okay, let me see. Ooh, got him. Wait, what? So every time they hit, it's a new mass? You know, it's a work in progress. Okay, so alright. Prerequisite: the swarm is not bloodied. When the swarm hits a small or larger creature with its swarm attack, a massive insect's latch equal to 1d4. The insect's autofill saves can be individually targeted. Each point of damage removes 1 infesting mass, 2 in an area of effect. So if the barbarian does decide to hit you, he can cleave these off of you, but he's going to damage you also. Removing them manually takes 6 seconds per mass. And now, this is where I have to somehow bend the rules a bit. I might have to put either in here that you just take damage like per mass, or I have to put down in here how the hell do I do this? I think I have to do it in this. You take damage per thing that's on you. I think that's how I have to do it. A massive insect's latch equal to 1d4. Now I don't want this to be too many things that like you have to keep track of. I kind of want this to I want this to be a dot. So like you have these on you and now you're taking dot damage until you get rid of them. These, okay, yeah, I don't think this will be too much. Equal to 1d4 and deal, we'll just do the average of a d4, 2 piercing damage per mass at the start of the creature's turns. I just added a whole nother line there, which hurts me physically, but I think this works. Shouldn't it be removing them manually takes an action? Yeah, I guess I could do it like that. I worded it like this so that if you're out of combat and you're doing it, but I guess an action is 6 seconds, right? Remove them manually takes. You could do it. Yeah, I know. I don't know why I worded it like that. Remove them manually. Should I say creatures can remove them manually as an action? Can remove 1 mass manually as an action. Fuck you, players. Yeah, it's like the same amount. Creatures can remove 1 mass manually as an action. And you think that even if it's bloodied, it should just do this to you. What would your players say, Jay, if you did this to them? Would they get pissed off at you, or are they not argumentative players? You have a typo in area of effect. It says R of effect. Area of effect. Nah, fuck them. I like your style. I'm taking it out. Fuck them. It moves slow as hell. It can only move 20 feet per turn. They deal with what I throw at them. When a swarm hits a small or larger creature with its swarm attack, a massive insect's latch equal to 1d4 and deal 2 piercing damage per mass at the start of the creature's turns. The insect's autofill saves and can be individually targeted. Each point of damage removes 1 infecting mass. Now here's the part where I want to add more things in, but I feel like if I add too much in, it's going to overwhelm it. Actually, never mind. It doesn't matter. I just feel like players are going to try to do some weird shit where he's like, oh, can I bunt him with my axe to only deal 1 damage? Plus the damage is small, like tack it the fuck on. Yeah, you're right. So in theory, the bigger the swarm gets, the bigger this dice right here gets. And like it might even go up by like multiples. So I either it's like,
hotels through
oh
the
my
edit
lord,
and unlock.
I really need to get YouTube Premium. I just don't want to pay for it. I really don't. I just hate ads though. Hold on, I'm waiting till this ad is over. Get out of my face. Yeah, so what I was saying was like, now when the swarm actually goes from a medium swarm to a large swarm, like they just get exponentially deadlier, and like you don't ever have to change any of this. The only thing you have to change is the lingering parasites thing. You just increase the damage die and the amount, or you just increase this die and the amount of die rolled, and then I would just do the average per die that you have. Now I need to run a combat with a swarm like this, and I need to see how it runs, because this actually looks really fun. It looks fun for me, not fun for the players. Actually based. I guess the only thing that I'm seeing is the every point of damage thing. There's one infecting this. Yeah, I did that. So the reason why I did this is like if like the wizard throws a fireball out and it explodes, it would burn all the creatures off of you, but like you're still gonna take the damage. I think that thematically makes sense that they're getting scorched off of you as well. That's why I did that. And then like if like, you know, you're surrounded by insects and then an orc comes up and he starts hacking into you with an axe or something, he's also cleaving insects off of you but still damaging you at the same time. Swarms. I've done hordes, like I've done a lot of hordes, but I don't do very many swarms. Right, so it's just a bit weird because short sword is 1d6 plus 5. How many masses? Yeah, it could technically kill a whole bunch of them. I don't know how else to do it though. Because I still want, like, if you're caught in a fireball or something, like it'll kill them one swing. So it's iffy. Yeah. So, okay, what do you do if one of your players says, can I cast, the reason why I had this in here is because I'm foreshadowing and envisioning players trying to say, I want to cast, like a spell that forces a saving throw against something, because it's like, it auto hits, so why can't I target the cockroach that's on the wizard's shoulder with Sacred Flame? That's why I had this in here, because I'm always like, how are the players going to try and argue with me that like this mechanic isn't working as intended? So that was the only reason why I had that in there. I should be able to Sacred Flame the cockroaches. I mean, why can't they, DM Dungeon Mastery? They can. That's what I'm saying. I have to somehow add it in there to state that Like that's why I'm saying like they can be individually targeted. So like if a cleric did want to like, I'm gonna sacred flame the centipedes that are surrounding the ranger, and like he can blow off one of the masses with sacred flame or something. That was the only reason why I had this. Maybe instead of each point of damage removes a swarm, each mass has 1 hit points. Yeah, that way. Okay, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, it's like each instance of a single target damage removes 1, but it's probably easier to just say each mass has 1 HP. Each mass has 1 HP. The insect's autofill saves. I should just say the mass. Or I should just say they autofill saves and can be individually targeted. Creatures can remove as an action. Individually targeted. Creatures can remove as an action. Area of effect removes all. Has 1 hit point, the autofill saves, and can be individually targeted. Okay, perfect. Now it works as intended. Now the cleric can cry, and he can cast Sacred Flame, he can kill 1 mass, but there's still, 8 other swarms of roaches eating the ranger alive. Perfect. And they can't argue, they can't say this doesn't work as intended, they can't bitch about it, because it works as intended. It's evil. It's evil, but I love it. Area of effect. Damage. Revolutionized. Just revolutionized swarm stat blocks. I'll even send that to you just in case you want to fuck around with it. I might be like just yoinking my own ego here, but I just had this idea from the stat block. I don't know if you were here when I brought up this stat block from 4E, but this swarm attack trait right there, that's what gave me this idea. I was looking at that and I was like, wait a minute, that's actually really good. So that's where I got this idea from. And like what I love about this is this just fucking scales up. So if I make this a gargantuan swarm, its radius is now massive. It moves into the entire party's space and auto hits the entire party for, fucking like a shit ton of damage. All of them get infesting roaches and insects all over them. That's a chef's kiss right there. That's a chef's kiss. I don't think it gets any better than that. That's how swarms should have functioned to begin with. They should have never just been like, oh, you make an attack roll. It has +0. It's never going to hit the fucking paladin that has 20 armor class ever. Like, never. There's never... It'll roll a nat 20, and he's just going to laugh anyways because it's only going to do, like, 8d4 damage at max. .4E is absolutely slept on. I've never played it, but, like, it just has, like, so many cool things in it. Like, this monster is grotesque looking. It's like flies with... I actually really like it. They crawl under paladin armor. Yeah, exactly. That's like my whole thing with swarms. It's like when when like the conquistadors attacked the like Aztecs and stuff, they would like, I'm pretty sure they would lob like beehives and shit at them, and it's like, it doesn't matter how much armor they have, those hornets are gonna go up into your armor. And that reminds me, now I can edit a B stat block. Probably, I don't know if I'll do it on stream because I just did this one, but it's making me want to play 5e again. I gotta get my players in the swarm. I'm essentially like OSRifying D&D one stat block at a time almost. Now is this still a CR 1/2? I don't know. Probably not. Although it does have the damage vulnerability of area of effect, so yeah, I think that balances out. And they move so slow, right? So I don't think it's that bad. And effects targeting only a single creature, such as the Dominate monster spell, have no effect on this one. Victory. We have victory. We've defeated the players finally. It's not CR1 for sure. Yeah, I think the HP is too low. This just opens up so many possibilities for things. Like a swarm of rats now is actually dangerous. And now I kinda want, it would be really fucked up, but I kinda want to try doing something like that with with horde stat blocks. Oh baby, that's what I'm talking about. How big is a raccoon? A raccoon is a medium creature in D&D, right? I know there is no raccoon stat block. I think for this also, I think I need to make one little change here. I'm just going to say when the swarm hits a non-swarm creature, that's good right there. You think the PCs are bitching now? Meet the auto-hit null horde, yeah. I had a player in my game, and I don't know if he would bitch. Usually my players say as long as it makes sense, they don't get mad. But I'm always like, oh my god, are they gonna get fucking mad at me for this? Are they gonna say I'm like cheating? Change one word just in case. Now I want to do this with every swarm stat block. What's like the most dangerous? Well, I guess rot grubs would be the most dangerous swarm. I may be blessed with great players, but I love to make them squirm. Yeah. It's a guilty pleasure, I think, of every DM to make their players squirm. Okay, now I gotta do this with the swarm of wasps. Just as a thought experiment. See, this is fun. It's fun to just chill and make things that are incredibly annoying for players to deal with. All in the comfort of my own stream. Let's see, V. parasites. Oh snap, flying swarms though, they don't necessarily latch. They still, I would say they like linger though, cause like if you get swarmed by like bees IRL, they wait, hornets don't do poison damage? I could have sworn wasps dealt poison damage. That's crazy. I thought they actually dealt poison damage. What? Maybe I should say a massive insects linger, because that would be more of like an agnostic term for that. A massive insects linger. Linger. And then that ties in with the name lingering parasites also. Fixes it. Counter argument, swarm of animated objects. That's cool. That would be a fun stat block to make. Insects linger. Whoops. Linger equal to 1d4. Survival game? What's the most dangerous swarm out of the SRD? Centipedes do poison damage, don't they? Oh, it's just the paralyzing poison that's boring. Spiders? Spiders don't do poison damage either? Okay, so swarms of poisonous snakes. Does it still work with the lingering parasite ability, though? That's a good question. I don't know. You might have to like reflavor it as something else, or maybe it wouldn't. It just wouldn't work. But the concept would still be there. I still think like a swarm of rats, they're not necessarily like parasites, but rats can like jump and crawl up your leg. Would it be there conceptually? Yes. Yeah, if like a bunch of animated rings are just hovering and like fucking whacking you in the temple, you have to like pull them off of you. I would picture these to be like really small objects, like bangles and rings, necklaces. A swarm of beetles. There's no difference between this and a swarm of insects. Have a burrow speed. My bad. A swarm of centipedes does the poison. A swarm of bats. Just the traits are different. A swarm of ravens. I could buy it. I was thinking swarm of books. Oh yeah, that would be cool. Just getting absolutely beat the shit out of by a bunch of books. And that's definitely like a wizard's. Walk into a tower, a swarm of books attack you. I actually like TPK'd my party with a swarm of instruments. It was from I think it was from this book. There's like a animated quartet or something. It's like they have like a each instrument has a different ability. One's like a stun, the other one just does a shit ton of damage. And I think one of the other ones like charms you or something. Actually pretty cool. TPK'd my party with it though. They weren't so happy about that part. Time to face the music. Exactly. Okay, so this type of swarm actually rot grub stat block D&D 5e. Oh my god, you know what I fucking meant, dude. A swarm of rock grubs. Okay, I mean, I gotta do it, right? That's the only logical leap that I can go from right here. Hold on, swarm of insects. Let's see, how does the rock grub bite work? Target will succeed on a DC 10 con save or be poisoned. No, this is the shitty new one. That's not the one I want. I want the one that goes into your skin and eats your heart. That's a rock grub. What the fuck are all these? These aren't rock grubs. These are fake rock grubs. Ah, here it is. Wait a minute. Ah, yes. Perfect. These are infamous in my campaign. Like, they're very, very rare when I use them, but, like, they're such a scary creature. Target is infested by 1d4 rock grubs. Takes 1d6 piercing damage. Okay, so how do I redo this? I think for most of this, I have to put this under lingering parasites for the rock grubs. Put this up here, just so I can look at this. One creature in the swarm space. Yeah. Target is infested by 1d4 rock grubs. Oh yeah, okay. I just do this. Swarm of rock grubs. I think these are my favorite swarm out of all the swarms in the game, just because of how absolutely terrifying they are. They do infested by 1d4, and they do 1d6 piercing damage. Rock grub. Rock grub, no space. Have you ever killed a player with these before? They deal 1d4 and deal with its swarm attack. I guess I would say a number of insects latch equal to 1d4 and deal 1d6 piercing damage per rock grub at the start of the creature's turns. No, I have very few legit PC deaths under my belt. Wow. I don't have too many. I feel like player death doesn't really happen that much. Unless you're playing like a really hardcore game of D&D. I kind of want to run a 5e game that's like ran like an OSR game, kind of. Just because I want to, like, I love Shadow Dark, but like Shadow Dark doesn't give me because Shadow Dark doesn't have a website like this where I can make custom stat blocks, where 5e does, and like I have more freedom with 5e stat blocks to like do crazy abilities. Somebody in my Discord was suggesting even like you cap player hit points at like 35, and like they can't go above that. So it's like 35 plus whatever their con mod is, and they can't go above 35 unless they get some sort of boon. And I actually kind of like that idea, because they still get really strong when they get all their magic items and shit, but you know, they're still mortal men and women and tieflings and what have you, and cat people. Fine, I'll play. You know me, obviously have that love for old school style. Yeah, I think if I do end up, some people in the, I don't know if any, there's 5 people watching, but some people in the chat wanted to, Sock wanted to play, Jonathan, he wanted to play in my 5e game, Caleb wants to say, although you're already running like 2 games, so I don't know when we'd be able to play if I did run a 5e game. I need to get back to running 5e games though. Something for everybody. We're taking a break for Descent and running Tomb of Horrors. Oh. What happened? Like you just crashed out, or you're just ready to take a break from your Descent game? Near TPK. Missing PCs. Yep. That's the problem with long-term campaigns, is they die because people, like, schedules change and shit. That's the only thing that sucks. Rock Grub as an action with fire. Are good. We've been playing steady for 5 years. We only miss on holidays and when somebody's out of town. Yeah, my game was going for like, I think it was like 2 years, but I just keep, like, after so many players drop out and you're like working on their backstories with them and then they drop out, it becomes just like so demotivating. Like when certain characters drop out that you have like actual plans for, and you're like, oh yeah, I plan this big story arc around this character's backstory, because like I try to weave in their backstories and stuff with the campaign. I try to make it about them so they feel invested. So whenever somebody like leaves, it's such a kick in the ass. It sucks really bad. Swarm attack. A number of rock grubs latch on. D4. 1d6 piercing damage per rock grub at the start of the creature's turn. Each rock grub has 1 hit point. I think I have to say it could be. Each rock grub has 1 HP. Must be. watch The Descent. I might be tempted to play your game. I was watching some of it. It's just like I have to like listen to it while I'm driving or something for like long campaigns, because those are like usually hours long for the most part. It would be cool to like play in a Tomb of Horror game. Although I know the Tomb of Horrors though, just because I've ran it a couple of times. So I'd have to play like a stupid character who doesn't know what they're doing. Trigger all the traps to piss everybody off. Crawl into the head at the end of the hallway, in the first hallway. Did you get my DM with the map that I made, by the way? I feel like it looks better than that default map that comes straight out of the book. It's just like visually, there's more stuff going on. I tried to like make it based off of the descriptions of the room, and then I added like an optional boss room for like if you actually want to fight the Demi-Lich, instead of like fighting in that little tiny hallway, you have like an actual arena with a bunch of shit. Swarm hits a non-swarm creature with its attack. A number of rock grubs burrow under the skin equal to 1d4 and deal 1d4 or 1d6 piercing damage per rock grub at the start of the creature's turns. Each rock grub has 1 hit point and can be individually targeted. Actually, it has 1 HP. Actually, I have to say they can be individually targeted. Yes, I might be using that map. I mean, I think Tomb of Horrors works because even if you know a lot, there's a lot of fuckery. Yeah, most of the players get very, very caught up on the archways, I've noticed. Like, they get so caught up on the archways. That's like where most of the first session ends up staying, is like they're like terrified of the archway and like what happens when you walk into it if you don't hit the buttons right. I think the worst part about the Tomb of Horrors is like the opening riddle is so fucking cryptic and esoteric that like nobody gets it. Like even I don't get it. But like I know what it means now that I've ran through the dungeon. But like that opening, the Acererak riddle, is like so fucking cryptic. The way it's written, I'm like, yeah, no wonder why people are dying. It's like, oh, look out for a fortuitous fall, and there's like 8 pit traps before the pit trap that it's talking about. It means nothing. There's like some things that like it's actually referencing stuff, but like the way that it's worded, like Gary just like wrote it like he did, like essentially like he wrote it as if a real in-game lich wrote that shit, like with the intention of getting people killed because he made it confusing. Which is funny. And it's like, yeah, this is actually like the most lore accurate way that somebody would write a riddle. They would probably, instead of writing it like a Cracker Jack box riddle, they would write it like that, like the Tomb of Horrors riddle. Versus like, answer me these questions 3 or something. Program is getting individually targeted via fire to the body. Oh, that might actually be too mean. Actually, I'm gonna make rock grubs OP now. because you have to target them individually. And in the OG one, just a point of fire damage kills every single rot grub. Versus now, it's like, okay, now you have to burn each one individually, or have the wizard fireball you, or flaming hands you, or burning hands. That's what it's called. Target fire to the bite wound. And then we'll say area of effect. Damage removes all. Before the end of the target can be individually targeted via fire to the bite wound. Before the end of the target's creature's next turn. Area of effect damage removes all. If the rot grubs are not removed by... Okay, wait a minute. So say fire to the bite wound. Area of effect removes all. And then I'll say at the end, if the rot grubs are not removed by the end next turn... What the fuck was that? Oh, it's a Reese's Cup ad. Wow.
The fact that this
Scared the shit out of me, actually. I did not like that sound at all. Broke my concentration and everything. God damn it. Getting trolled by YouTube. If the rot grubs are not removed by the end of the creature's next turn, they burrow too far under the skin to be burned, to be targeted. That thing without context is diabolical. Yeah, I did not know what that sound was. I was like, what the fuck is that? Wait. These rock grubs burrow too far under the skin to be burned. If a target... If the creature is reduced to 0 HP, with rot grubs inside of it, it dies. Effect that cures. Maybe I should say this earlier. Too far. They burrow too far under the skin, and the target thus requires remove curse to So are you removing the poisoned condition or adding it to the attack? I think the newer one poisons you, but the original one, they don't poison you, they just go into your skin. That's what I didn't like about the new one, is they nerfed them and made them weaker. This one's like, they bite you, you have one turn to burn them off of you. If you don't burn them off of you, they go too deep into your skin and you can't burn them off of you anymore. And then you have to be targeted by remove disease. It's not even a spell, is it? Poison the PCs too. I don't know. Maybe I should. Let me see. Maybe I should say they're poisoned once they burrow under the skin. You have a nasty corpse eater bug inside of you. You're right. Okay, hold on. When the swarm hits, I'm just gonna say when the rot grows. We'll just keep looking. When the swarm hits a non-swarm creature with its attack, the number of rot grubs burrow under the skin equal to 1d4, and deal 1d6 piercing per rot grub at the start of each of the creature's turns. It's 1d4. I would add it to the attack, though. Okay. Let me do burrowing bites. 44 piercing damage. 44 piercing damage. The creature is poisoned regardless. Wait, I have to think how to word this because this doesn't allude to anything that would mention that there are rock grubs in it. Okay, wait a minute. If there are lingering rot grubs, the creature is poisoned. Say the creature is poisoned. This thing is absolutely disgusting. The creature is poisoned if or while the creature is poisoned while rot grubs. Poisoned while under the effects of, and then I name drop the lingering parasites. Poisoned until rot grub removed. I think this kind of says that because this is basically alluding to read this. This says that there are rot grubs under the skin. Actually, probably one of the most disgusting creatures in the game. This is like, the rot grubs are like on the same level of an intellect devourer. I think this is. They should have. They made their AC 8. Okay. Yeah, that's right, because they have like the worst stat lineup out of all of them too, but they're just so dangerous. What is it? 1? It's 2, 7, 10. Wait. 2, 7, 10, 1, 2, 1. Yeah, they absolutely they were like, okay, these are so strong we cannot give them anything. Wait, what is it? 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. I feel like wisdom being that low is a little bit much, because it's like when they eat corpses, so I would imagine they can smell around for corpses. They're not resistant to bludgeoning. they're laid in corpses by other rot grubs. They're like maggots. Oh, okay. That makes sense. LMAO, rot grubs being CR 1/2 when they can kill a 20th level character. Wait, do they have blind sight? They do. Do all swarms have blind sight? I guess it's just so like they sense everything around them. Jack, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Oh my lord, it's 1:27 a.m. You guys gotta get ready for Easter tomorrow. Isn't it Easter tomorrow? Today is Easter. Am I losing it? Whoa, dude, it was like 11:45 last I checked. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream here in a couple minutes. I'm gonna go eat something. I did God's work today. I made the most horrific swarm stat block ever created. Now, the fun thing you do with these, Jay, because they're very slow, you put these rot grubs inside of a zombie ogre, so then when the zombie ogre bites somebody, then the rot grubs go into them. That's what I actually did with a zombie ogre. I make like zombie infested variants where they just have insects inside of them, and then like when they bite you, the insects come out. And then like when you hit the zombie and shit, the insects pour out too. Primo. That's how you get them. That's how you get them. You take a creature, it's incredibly slow, but you give it a vehicle so that it can move. I think I even have it so it's like if you deal fire damage to the ogre, it'll like kill some of the rot grubs inside of it, but it always drops at least one swarm when it dies. It's like a death burst ability, but it explodes, like a bunch of rot grubs just pour out. It's pretty sick. I think I called it an infested ogre. Let's see if I can send you the stat block for it. It's not utilizing these updated rot grubs, but just a slight few tweaking, and that's all it would take to get it to where it's at. Oh my god, how do I do this? Oh, here it is. Save image. Bang. I'll send this to you on Discord. Actually, I'll send the rot grub swarm to you, and then I'll also send the ogre to you. I think I got this good. Modern problems require modern solutions. Oh, that's an old fucking stat block from me. Ogre. I think I made that ogre zombie like real early on because it doesn't look like my current stat blocks. Omega lol. Rotten problems require rotten solutions. Exactly. That's that's why I like zombies too, is like combining like insect swarms with zombies. It's like, oh, you cut the zombie's head off. Now a bunch of wasps come flying out of the zombie body. Congratulations, you won. It's just more bees. I give a C+ on the ogre zombie stat. I'd probably give it a C+ too. It's a little dated in terms of how I make shit now. I wouldn't put Vigor Mortis on a stat block. I need update that one. I need to do. If I rate my own stat blocks, I need to rate my Storm Giant stat block, because that's probably the biggest stat block I've ever made. I think I need to fix that one so bad. It needs to be split up into multiple different Storm Giants. How's the night going? What's up, Sad Bandits? I'm probably about to end the stream here because it's like 1 in the morning. I have pork chops in the fridge downstairs that I need to go make. Just finished making some rot grubs for the players to be tormented by, as per usual, as I like to do, torment players. And also, I can end the stream and then I can turn my fan on in here because it is so fucking hot. When we doing Shadow Dark next? I need to invite you to my YouTube Discord if you're not in there, because that's where I mostly run the Shadow Dark games, and then you can just like join whenever we play there. Bunch of cool people that play. I gotta get Dungeon Lord Jay to play in a Shadow Dark game too. He'd probably like it. Your mom's so fucking hot, he says. Look at this guy. Well, it's been fun as usual. Can't wait to torment you next time. Yeah, I will do your stat block next time. I just wanted to, I needed an excuse to work on a swarm stat block because I've only been working on gnolls for like the past month and I'm going insane. I needed a break from gnolls. Baba Booey. You know what I mean? No worries, fellas. No worries, fella. Gotta have fun sometime. Yeah, I think it's important to have fun sometimes. It's important to also hit your players with a Marut. That's also very important. Oh, holy shit, is this a size category mention in a D&D stat block from Wizards of the Coast? Actually? It speaks all languages, but it rarely speaks. Holy fuck, dude, the Marut hovers. That's crazy. Didn't we talk about the Marut with Sock? Yes, we did. I actually brought it up, I think, because it's like one of my favorite stat blocks. It is an inevitable. You know it is inevitable? Rot grubs burrowing into your skin and killing your player characters. It's only 11:35. We can run the stream another 2 hours at least. It's not 11:45 here. Not in Canada land. Time works different in Canada land. This is America. We get fat around here, alright? Time moves faster because we're fat. Because we bubba. It's a nice solid 5-hour stream. Imagine being moist critical. If I streamed this long, I probably would have made $80,000 or something. Kills. It pays to be rich, huh? He's right there. You can keep going forever. If I actually was a successful streamer and I made a shit ton of money streaming, I would stream for like 16 hours a day. That didn't make sense. Get this guy off the air before he says some nonsensical shit. You can't fire me, I quit. I guess I should show you how to do that, what the fuck was it? The transparent chat box. Can I share my screen with OBS on it somehow? It's actually, like, incredibly simple. I think I can share my desktop here. This is so fucking weird. Holy shit. Display capture. Oh my god, it's an infinite hallway. Wait, I need to minimize everything. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I have to figure out how I'm gonna show this. Wait a minute. Make it smaller. Okay. Make stat blocks for Italian brain rot. I shouted out loud. Okay, so to do the transparent chat box, you go to YouTube browser source. You go to filters. Okay, don't listen to me. You go to properties. Okay, don't listen to me. It has to be under filters. I know I'm not insane. How did I do it? Maybe you actually just can't do it. Maybe it's actually just fake. E4Gore. I swear to God, all you have to do is like you put a filter on that lets you. I think it's this one. Wait, image mask blend. It's that easy. I think it's. What's one of these? It's some sort of filter, and then you just like. I don't know why it's not showing up on here. That should be on here. Crop, chroma key, the black. No, I don't think so. It was definitely a. Background. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this. I'm almost 100% positive it's this. Opacity. Maybe it's opacity. Is that making it like go crazy, go stupid? Hold on, I have to hide this thing. Go crazy, go stupid. It's a filter. It's 100% a filter. And there's a slider that you can mess with. Blend, multiply. I don't know why it's not showing up because I have to have the filter on in order for it to be transparent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be working. What the hell? You've already gotten me further than I've gotten on my own. How is it that you don't know how to do that, but you have like the cracked stream layout and everything? Follow this guy. Which way? This way. This guy right here. He's floating. Photoshop? Did you make all that shit yourself? I need to get like an actual stream layout where like I can put my camera and like have the chat, like have just like a box that's already pre-rendered on the screen, so I can put my camera in that box, and then I can put the chat also in that box. That's what I need to do. Damn, look at that Vaporwave. I'm trying to rebrand my channel into a Vaporwave VHS filter channel, but I don't know how to edit shit, so it's not working out too well. Alright, I'm gonna close this out. He forgore. What the hell is Italian brain rot, Sad Bandits? I totally do a retro vibe when I live stream Hangout too. There is something about like Vaporwave and retro stuff that's just like so chill. I really like games that like mimic PS1 graphics too, like that like old Silent Hill 1 graphics. Like those are pretty cool. I want to get like I'm gonna have to just do like B-roll footage recordings of me just standing still in places in game, so I have a still background when I'm doing like my talking at the camera in my videos, but like there's still like some stuff moving. I think that would actually be cool. What I wanted to do was get like just B-roll footage of like somebody standing in Silent Hill or something, and then I have like Silent Hill background. I might end up having to just steal somebody's video off YouTube and totally credit them for it. Totally, I'll credit them for it. I swear I'll credit them. Okay. I think the Dungeon Master is gonna go cook pork chops until 4 in the morning. You didn't steal a Silent Hill background. Don't pirate DVDs. You wouldn't steal a Silent Hill background. Don't pirate DVDs. I'm not stealing it, I'm just procuring it. It's government property anyways. And I'm the government. I still can't believe I did not get this fucking filter to work properly. I can't believe how bad this one looks. Like, it's so shitty. Like, why is it cutting off, like, my nose? It's so bad. I have to, like, push the background away from my face so you guys can see me. Good night, DM. I love you. I love you too, Sad Bandits. Light. You need more light on your face. That doesn't work. You're lying to me. There's plenty of light on my face now. How does this look? I can't even see. I stand corrected. This is like an AI thing, but the one that I'm trying to get to work is one that actually uses my graphics card, and it's supposed to like get the background image taken out with my graphics card. I don't know why it's just not appearing on filters. Like I downloaded the thing for NVIDIA like 3 times in a row and it's not appearing on OBS. And then I updated my NVIDIA driver. Whoops, that's not what I was trying to do. I updated my NVIDIA driver. That didn't fucking work. I think I updated OBS. The light made him disappear for a while. Permanently borrow a lot of things. Pull your video from another source? Open a webcam thing? I do have a webcam thing. That's what I'm using for my webcam. What would it be? Display capture? I use Zoom even when I'm alone and pull it from the other monitor Oh. So you ghetto rig your stream to look good with your camera. I do shit like that too in CapCut. I do the very roundabout way of getting some effect to look good because I can't figure out how to do it normally. Alright. That's it for me. DM Dungeon Mastery, not saying goodnight, I'm just saying I'm going to go make pork chops and probably make mac and cheese shells because I'm hungry. It's been real. It's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. It has actually been real fun. Goodbye, hungry. I will see you all in the next stream or the next video. Also, if you guys have not, go comment like the letter G on my newest video for the algorithm. Even if you're like, I don't want to fucking watch it, just go fucking comment the letter G or something for the algorithm so I feel better and it helps my ego. Double salute. It's been real. I will put racial slur in there. Gets banned from YouTube. I never see Archivist ever again. I've been commenting witty things on everybody's things. Oh, Jay, I have to ask you this question before I leave about one of the people in your Discord. And basically, it's kind of a what the fuck is his content type of thing. It's not shade, not me throwing shade, but also it's kind of throwing shade a little bit. D&D Orphan. No, not D&D Orphan. Yeah, I think it's Blackbeard. He's got the AI podcast review of his own campaign. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's a little weird to me. I don't know. Like, I seen it and I was like, holy shit, this dude's got like two professional looking people doing a podcast, and then like I'm watching it and I'm like, it's just AI people reviewing his campaign. Like, it's a little, I don't know. That's just like such weird content. I would not expect that. It seems like it's just very out of left field for like a D&D. I guess you're right. I was just like, what? I don't even know what this is. I was just so confused by it. I've been meaning to ask you, but I keep forgetting because I have ADHD. I'll walk into a room to grab something. Like yesterday, I was downstairs in my kitchen. I came upstairs to grab my phone. I got distracted by something. I walked back downstairs without my phone, and I was like, motherfucker! And then I walked back upstairs, grabbed my phone, went downstairs. That's how bad it is for me. I probably am gonna have Alzheimer's when I'm like fucking 50. I can see it now. That's the worst thing to get to. He doesn't even write scripts. It's all 100% AI. Yeesh. Yeesh. He runs a game, doesn't he? That stuff, like, I don't like soulless use of AI, like, where you're just like, you make a video, the video is made by AI, the thumbnail's made by AI, there's an AI voiceover, everything in the video is made by AI. Like, I think, like, dude, you have to, like, put something into it. Like, you can't just make the AI do it. Like, I think AI thumbnails look like shit, and, like, you can tell that they're AI. Nah, we'll keep you insane enough that the funny disease don't take you, DM. Well, thanks, man. It'll probably, I hope, you can always tell AI. Yeah, that's like number one thing. At least if you're gonna use AI, try to make sure it looks good. Like, you can tell when, like, it's got like that grainy, like, slop look to it. Like you could just tell, like, at least fucking get Midjourney, because Midjourney can at least make like environment, like landscapes. Midjourney's really good at making landscapes. It's really hard to tell that it's AI unless you like really scrutinize it up close. I'm so sick of like hearing AI voices. I hear it in ads, like, you should click on this video to go do this. It's really annoying. Wow, this is what my voice sounds like. You should follow. And like, now we got like the AI people that talk, and then it's AI voice, and it's like a moving, like a video, and it's like, you should come follow this course. I live stream every day at 5 p.m. EST. It's like, brother. AI IMO is like a 4-year-old with the mental power of a super genius, but there's a grown-up there to hold its hand. That's 100% accurate. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's literally like that. It's it's a 4-year-old with the mental power of a super genius. That's 100% what it feels like too. That's fucking funny. I have to use that now. That's fucking great. That's the best description of AI I've ever heard. I was like super into it when it first came out. I was like, holy shit, this is fucking insane. Like, dude, I'm generating pictures. Like, it was cool at first, but then once everybody gets their hands on it and then they just overdo it, then it's like it's not cool anymore, and now it's actually getting annoying. And the language comprehension of a 4-year-old as well. You have to be really slow with it. Yeah, exactly. It's good for like general outlines, but like you still have to do input. And people can tell when AI have written stuff for you too. Like they can tell. Like you have to put some effort, some semblance of effort. Like usual, people overdo the cool things and make them less cool. 100 trillion gazillion %. And like what annoys me is like now scammers are going to get a hold of AI, and then they're going to try to clone your voice, and then they're going to try to call your parents with your voice saying, Mom and Dad, I need help. My legs are broken. They told me if you send 15 Google cards, they'll save me. Instead of going, hello sir, this is Microsoft calling you. We're calling you because we need you to send Google card because your computer has a virus, sir. Please send Google card. Go down to the store. Please buy Google card, sir, please. It has no creativity. People think it does. It does not. It just mashes a bunch of shit together, and that it mashes a bunch of shit together that it thinks is right. It has zero legit comprehension. Exactly. All it is doing is just recycling other people's shit, basically. Occasionally, it might like say something that you're like, oh, that's a good idea. I'll use that, but like, still put your own input into it. Like, don't contribute to like the dead internet theory actually terrifies me. Like the theory that like eventually like everything on the internet will just be AI. Like it'll be AI YouTube accounts commenting on AI videos that are made by AI. I don't want to contribute to that. Like that's why like when I make videos, I'm standing in them. I'm using my own voice. I think it's like, bro, you can't even use your own voice in a fucking video. Like, come on, man. And like I don't think I would ever publish any sort of thing using AI for the art either. Like I would want to pay an artist for it. Like AI is a placeholder to me. That's how I see it. Like use this as an idea. This is like kind of what I'm going for, but don't replace people with this. Like, why would you contribute to that? It's kind of horrible. As far as I care, it's mostly AI or human NPCs. I mean, yeah, it kind of is. There's a lot of AFK brain humans, smooth brain people out there. It's good for getting me out of a writing funk or brainstorming. 100%. Yeah, I use it for that too. Like when I'll make stat blocks, I'll be like, I'll try to get ideas. I'll like, give me some like name ideas for actions and abilities. Give me like, can you help me cut down on the character usage of this spell that I made? Help me reformat this. Help me optimize the amount of words that I'm using. Like it's good for shit. It's like a calculator, but like some people are just like, no, it's so good, bro. I'm gonna AI generate my thumbnails. Also, like, I was in Hobby Lobby the other like couple weekends ago, and they're selling like AI generated pictures in giant picture frames. It's like, dude, this is fucking cursed, man. Like, this is just so terrible. And like, now every time I see art, I'm like, is this AI? I have to make sure this isn't AI, because some lazy fucking dude just keeps generating AI and is trying to sell it. Like, I don't want to pay for AI art. Yeah, corporations should not use AI, period. Not AI art. Yeah, it is fucked. It's absolutely crazy. How is it okay to sell an AI generated portrait? It's so dumb to me. I hate that when things are cool, they get ruined by people. I hate it so much. Cuz AI was cool. It was like a breakthrough in technology. And now it's just like kids are like using it to write reports and shit for school. Like, that's crazy to even think about. I've only been out of school for 10 years, and now they have ChatGPT writing reports for them. Efficiency, though, they can't help themselves. Yeah, it's depressing, to be honest. It really is depressing. The dead internet theory is like terrifyingly close to happening, and people are like contributing to it. I find it like, it's just such a dystopian thing when you see a video that is all AI, the voice is AI, that all the pictures are AI, the thumbnails AI, like everything is just like, it just makes me uncomfortable, because that's what it's gonna look like everywhere when the dead internet theory comes true. So I'm trying not to contribute to that the best I can. I started using more like Magic the Gathering art for things. I have officially moved to Pinterest for finding art for things, because Google is overloaded with AI art. Yeah, me too. I hate it. Like, I search up Goblin and I get like weird mush mashed potatoes with food coloring painting. Can't wait for the true dystopia. At least Pinterest has real art. Yeah, I'm honestly, cause like, hold on, let me pull up a picture. Like, you could just tell I'm getting sidetracked. I should have went to bed, or I should have went downstairs. But D&D Goblin art. Oh, how long until I find a please don't show me naked goblin girls. I'm actually shocked. Everything looks real, except that's not real. Wow, it's making a liar out of me. It heard me talking shit. Now it's not going to show any AI art. Look at that. Fuck you, Google. Naked goblin girls, naked goblin girls. D&D orc art? Orc art's usually pretty bad. Like, usually it's all AI. Dude, actually, it's not showing any AI art. What is going on? Any other time, it's like all AI art. It's almost like it listens to everything I say. It's almost like the Pinkertons are gonna come to my house and kill me. What? Well, I stand corrected. Maybe Google isn't all AI art suddenly. Had a change of heart, apparently. Because I'm live streaming and I wanted to make fun of AI art. Specifically AI slop art. Something about other people watching always makes you wrong. Yeah. And that's crazy, because every time I'm like looking for shit for a video, I'll look up like orc art and it'll show me what's the website that I always see it from? I think it starts with a D. And I'm like, dude, it looks so bad. I don't even want to see that. Fantasy elf. Fantasy orc. What if I type in fantasy orc? What? What? I'm genuinely terrified because it's listening to me. It's like, no, don't show him, don't show him. I have to see Elf. That's AI. Okay, yeah, there's all the AI. DeviantArt, that's the website. It floods Google with shit. Like, it's annoying. Okay, yeah, this is AI. This is all AI. But this isn't like the super bad AI. The AI that annoys the shit out of me is the stuff that looks like an oil painting, but like somebody smeared their hand across it. I don't know how to describe it, but like you can just tell, like you could tell it's AI. And it's like, brother, why are you using that in your fucking, like, stop, bro. Oh, I know. Hold on, I know how to find some. Watch this. Watch this. I know how to find some. Let me go. Where is the content inspiration? This will show me shitty AI shit. Go on then. Go on then. Load it so I can see it. Yep, right there. That's what I'm talking about. It looks like it's like smeared. It's like smeared. It's like hard to describe. It's like grainy. It's grainy as shit, but it's smeared. I can't describe, like, open image in new tab. Oh, I didn't want to fucking download it. You jag off. Oh, here we go. I can just do this. Oh, wow, look at that. It's definitely not AI, right? It's definitely a good thumbnail. People will definitely think I put effort into this video. I hate that shit so much. It's so ugly. All of these are ugly. It's just an arms race. Like, every website is an arms race to, like, out innovate each other by making it more soulless. Like, that's what it feels like. Every website is doing it. Every single website. It's terrifying. We're all gonna die. You know what? I'll be satisfied if we make it's a race to the bottom. Yeah, I'll be satisfied if we make Detroit Become Human AI girlfriends. I'll be happy then, but if I don't get an Android GF, I don't want it. Go eat, go to bed, Anthony. Okay, all right. It is 2 a.m. Son of a bitch! Look what you guys made me do. You made me go on a tirade. Okay, let me close. All right, guys, I'm gonna salute for real this time. I want my Skynet GF. I will teach her to exterminate humanity except me. Amen, brother. Amen. I salute you. I will see you guys in the next stream. We'll stream soon. Just hang out again for an elongated muskrat amount of time. Goodbye now. I'm not saying goodnight. I'm just saying. Shoo, peace, shoo. Okay, goodbye.